1 2 check chuffy chuffy 1 2 check chuffy 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 1 chuffy chuffing chuffy chuff check chuffing chuff it you chuffer get your checking chuff check. Am I doing it? Am I live? Am I live? Come on, you. 1 2 check chuffy chuffy 1 2. God, I'm a little bit behind there. Chuffy, I'm a little bit behind there. Right. Okay, so there's a hi. You're with Scott. You're with Scotty Hottie. I'm the Ganjikidd. I'm the Super Chuffer. I'm the Grave Kipper. I'm here running the stream. I'm here. You should all be able to see me and chat. There's a difference today. There's a small difference today, which is that I've, by request, I have put on. Let me get my brain together. What we're doing today is we're doing Nicola Bulley's police statement, the statement that was released by the family through the Lancashire Police. We're going to be doing a textual analysis, I guess, to see what we feel about that statement. We didn't do it yet. We're going to do that. It's a little loose end we want to tidy up. We've got some of your messages that you've been sending in. We've still got messages. So there's even a couple from last time. So we're going to go through your messages again today. And then if we've got some time at the end, which I think we might have, we will also try, maybe, I think, to finish off what we did on the live. We did Red Flags of Paul Ansell. We did 5 hours of it and we didn't even finish the video. So there's still 10 minutes of that video to do. So we might be taking a look at that. That's the schedule. That's the setup. That's the plan. That's what you've got to look forward to. That's your pudding. Now eat all your dinner or you're not getting it. Right. Everyone's having a good time in chat. Everyone's happy in chat. I am wearing a snazzy shirt. That needs to be... I am wearing a snazzy shirt. I saw you chatting earlier. You chuffers. I ran upstairs and I was like, I'll get a snazzy shirt on. It's a good idea, I'll get the snazzy shirt on. I also want to say a couple of thank yous. All the tippies that were coming in yesterday through thecoffee.com. Like, brilliant, thank you. Really appreciate it. Karen's tipped me just before we started even. So thank you, Karen. Also, a couple of you, Julie, Silver, gave more than just a coffee. You gave like 10, 20 pounds, and that's really, really bob on, that is. That's a banger. So I wanted to say thank you for that right at the start. That's the system. I'll pop it in chat in case you're feeling fruity, in case you're feeling frisky. I'll paste that in there. I get slightly more of the money when you tip me on coffee, slightly more than if you tip me on YouTube. But I don't mind. Either way's fine. If you do a super chat as well and you want it up there on the top of the chat, you can super chat. You can super chat to your heart's content. I'm not going to stop you doing that. Super chat away, you chuffer. And there is one new thing on the stream which is slightly different, which I did want to say as a matter of business, is that I have changed the settings so that you can have the captions, closed captions. When I pressed the button, it said, oh, your latency is going to go down though. I usually have it on ultra low latency, which means there's not much of a delay between me speaking and you hearing it, so that we can link up in chat. You know, we're quite at the same schedule, quite at the same time. If I need to go to the loo, we'll wait for you. I'm all right. I've been to the loo before we started. I've been to the loo before we started. Yeah, so if you find that we're not quite in sync in chat and me talking, there was that, you saw at the start of the stream, there was that much delay between me talking and seeing it come through on the camera, on the live feed. So there's a little bit of a delay there today, but it means you get the closed captions, you get the words on screen if you want. So you'll have to tell me in chat as a group as it goes today whether you prefer it this way or not. That's different. So all good in the hood there. So we've got a bit of a show for you today. A bit of a show. Should be good. And of course, people have been saying it in chat as well. How do you turn it off? Turn off what? What do you want to turn off? The captions. They should happen. If you should have to turn them on. It's me that's got the settings. I've got the control. You can turn them on, and then you can turn them off as well with CC. There's a button on it, but the latency is just, it's going to have a little bit of delay while YouTube thinks about it before it sends it out. So if you prefer it without the slight delay, overall we could do it with no captions. But then no captions, you know, it's give and take. You're just going to have to go in your pants. Sorry. It said I was on the moon, not in the loop. The dog ball's missing. We know Emma doesn't like that dog ball, do we? The subtitles, Julie. The subtitles shouldn't be automatic. There should be a setting on YouTube. So if you're watching this now like you are, this is the YouTube stream. And at the bottom here, there's this button. I don't know if you see the... because the delay, because the latency delay, I don't know if you can see that. I think you can, though. It's playing after the ads. Well, it'll be me. I don't need to care what's on the screen. Look, this button here is closed captions. So you press it and turn it on, press it and turn it off, and it brings on the subtitles. So in theory, YouTube's going mad with the adverts now, isn't it? Heavy on the adverts. I mean, this is my own channel I'm watching, for Christ's sake, YouTube. Yeah, there we are. Look, you see how the difference is, how far behind we are now. That's the difference in my world. But it means you can do this. You can have those captions on, which is actually good for some people. So we're going to try it like this today. That's the schedule. Have I got sign language settings? I can do this if you want. That's rap. That's Eminem. Rap God. I shouldn't do that. Right. So that's today's plan. I think we should just get straight into it. Oh, there's one more thing, isn't it? It's been noted today. Big note that Paul is. I don't know if it's Paul. There's the GoFundMe campaign, isn't there? They've started up the GoFundMe. If you want to send me a voice message, actually, I should say this. Actually, last chance. I'll put this in the. You'll have a chance while the show's running to send me a voice message, but let's not go mental. Right? Let's not. Oh, what's going on there? That's not right. This one, please. Let's not, like, when you do a voice message, please don't send me 10 voice messages, because I have to do them all on the stream and it takes ages. So say what you want to say, think about it first, and then say what you want to say. But you're all allowed, you can get in on this if you want, but by the end of the episode, that I'm closing that again afterwards. You know, if you don't get in today, we'll cut it off there. And we're going to do more call-ins in the future. If you want to tweet me, I'll do my tweet now. Look, I'm on tweet, I'm on stream. So if you want to tweet me, I'm at Informal Films on the old Twitter there. You can find me on Twitter. Right. Paul's done a GoFundMe. I've been seeing it's been coming up a lot. So I wanted to do a bit of investigation on that before we got started. GoFund Paul. Let's have a look. See if I can get...
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Guinea Pig sent me some tippies. Thank you for the tippies. This is my sort of GoFundMe, isn't it? I deserve it more than Paul, don't I, really? Frankly. Don't I? 12 pack. That's nice, that is. That's a good, solid... That's not just a coffee. That's my whole lunch. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Guinea Pig. Check this out. You're gonna like this, but I don't know how much you're gonna. You'll like this, but not a lot. Okay, so Paul's done a GoFundMe, and I was doing some investigation. I see if I could find what he was there. Oh, is this? I think I found his GoFundMe. Look, I think I found. Things going well for the GoFundMe. Oh God. My cold has moved down to my chest today. There's the... so, obviously don't clip that and put that on the internet. I think I found the GoFundMe. I was talking to a friend yesterday on my Twitch stream, because I sometimes stream on Twitch in the evenings playing Genshin Impact, and at the weekends, like, not everyone here is going to want to watch me playing games, but, you know, that's cool. I sometimes stream on Twitch, and a friend on Twitch was saying that... They were saying that so what, you're going to get sued one of these days, they said. You're going to get sued. And I said, no, I'm fucking not. You can't even afford the funeral, let alone suing me. Who's going to give Paul the money to sue me? He can't even afford the funeral, mate. He ain't going to be suing me. And if he does, I tell you what, I'd love it. Bring it on. Sue me till the cows come home. Sue the arse off me, mate. Get me down the court. I'll be doing videos from outside. I'll be doing live feeds with a secret camera in the court. I won't be doing that. That's contempt of court. Lorna sent me some tippies. Lorna sent me some tippies. Thank you. Yeah, I won't be doing the videos inside the court. Thank you, Lorna. Send me a bluey. That's nice. Thank you. I'll be happy to be sued by Paul Ansell, because I can make such a load of a thing of it on YouTube. Can't I? It'll be the making of me. We'll get 1 million subscribers if I get sued. So bring it on, you chuffer. So that was that. That's Paul's GoFundMe. Mother Bear giving me the super chats. You get stuck up on the leaderboard there. You get all the status and notoriety of being up on the top of the leaderboard there. It's quite nice. Quite nice seeing you up there on the chat. Do you know what? It's for me, that's huge. I've come a long way in 2 years. We've been working at this, trying to produce media consistently, trying to build towards a, growing concept, and it's going well now, and I'm really pleased. So thank you. And that kind of represents it, seeing those physical things stuck up there like that. Yeah. Thanks. I don't know if Aidan White's father's the head of the BBC. Oh, one other thing I wanted to say as well before we actually dig in and start getting deep is. I haven't got slow mode on chat. I let everyone talk. If you turn up and you're not subscribed, you can still talk. Please subscribe, obviously. It's free. If you're watching this, you haven't subscribed, what you're doing, it's free. You know, click me the like if you're watching it. If you haven't clicked me the like, what you're doing, it's free. It doesn't hurt you, does it? It doesn't hurt you to click that button. Doesn't hurt your thumb, does it? If you're going to wear out your thumb, are you? Going to wear out your thumb? Going to wear out your thumb? Click that like. If you find the chat going too quickly, and Sue, hello Sue, if anyone is bullying you in chat, make it clear to me. Do an at in chat. You can say at somebody, for example, at Sue, like this. Look, Sue. You can make it so it comes up bright on my chat. So if anyone gives you shit in chat, let me know. I'll time them out, and then people get banned if they go too far. But otherwise, it's a very open forum, and if it's going too quick for everyone, then I can slow it down so it's every 10 seconds you can do a message. It's worse for you because you can't chat as quick, but it's better for you because it doesn't move as fast. So you decide in chat, you know, that's been raised now as an issue. There's two things for you to decide on today. Is the latency okay, and do you want the slow mode? Otherwise, here we go. Okay, here we go. Misquoted and vilified, Nicola Bulley's family attack the media as the body identified. So going back a couple of days, when the Lancashire police released a statement, and frustratingly, I saw another YouTube. I did have a look at this Grizzly Crimer or whatever she's called. Like, again, no offence to her, I don't know her at all. That's the first time I looked at her channel yesterday, and I saw that she was doing a review of the statement, and it was from Facebook. So I came over to Facebook to be like, I'll get the statement. I couldn't find the fucking thing. I don't know if they've deleted it. So if anyone else knows, there you go, Sue. Yep, you got it. That's working. I can see the big chat there. Yeah. Hello, Queen of Swords. You asked me a question, and it was, I've forgotten what it was now. I was going to come back to you on the live, if it pops back in my head. For anyone else that was asking, I do have an email address, and I'll make it public when I decide which one I want to attach to this. You know, I've got like a work one and a fun one and a home one. I need to decide which one I want to attach to this project, like this stream, because if everyone starts sending me emails and I've got like a work one where I just do my taxes on it and it's all clogged up with all the other stuff, it'll be confusing. So I just want to decide which email address I make public. Well, until then, you can contact me through other means, but we've also got Discord, which I won't be bothering to push right now, but we do have it. So yeah, I couldn't find the actual statement anywhere. So I'm going to go on this one, which is in the news, Wales Online, written out here. But if you think I'm missing something, if you think it's been edited and I'm missing the full statement, then do let me know, and I will endeavour to look at the full statement. But as far as I can see, this is what I've got to... You know, this says statement issued in full. So I think this is that. I'm having trouble with the latency, you know. I'm having trouble because I'm expecting to see people answer my questions quite quickly, but then I'm having to wait a little 10 or 20 seconds for that thing I've just said to get into your head. You know, I'm having to wait for it a little bit, but thank you, Cameron, super chatter. Super chuffer you are now, super chatter. Once you become a super chatter, you become a super chuffer. You're the chufferoos, the chuffrajet. I thought this last night, you can be the chuffrajets. The chuffrajets. Way to sully the name of people who fought and sacrificed for your freedoms. Suffragettes. Chuffragettes. I don't know where Grizzly was getting her info from. I thought it was on Facebook. Was that Paul and Emma's Facebook then? I'm not on their Facebook, you see. I'm not on their Facebook. I don't know if I want to be on their Facebook either, to be honest. Like, it's asking me to log in, and I haven't logged into Facebook for years, so I don't really know if I want to log in and search for them. I think what we'll do is we'll go on this statement, and we'll just deal with this, and if it's, you know, missing any great chunks, then we'll deal with it, I guess. I mean, what can I do? So, they said, we will never be able to comprehend what Nikki had gone through in her last moments, and that will never leave us. So, that first one... we're going to take this as if Paul's written it, because I think there are some wavy flags later on that say it's definitely Paul. Some people have suggested coercive control, so I think it's very unlikely that her father or mother or sister would want to be coercively controlling over the kids and stuff, but it could be that they've all looked through it. I would also guess, yeah, don't bother with Facebook, someone says, okay, yeah. I would also guess that I'd guess that if I was doing this and I was Paul, then I would have some sort of, like, it's been said that he's got a PR team and stuff like this, so I would put this through the prism of, like, here's what I want to say, what do you think? Or maybe even, You write the thing, and I'll see if I agree with it. You know, I would have, it'd be two heads on it, wouldn't it? And you'd think that they would have already vetted this for dodgy language, but we will never be able to comprehend what Nikki had gone through. Has gone through, I would have said. Like, I'd have said, I can't comprehend what Nikki has had. I don't know, maybe it's semantics. Not sponsored by Alpro Chocolate Soy Milk. And they do this new cap where you can't drink it out of the fucking bottle. But, the chuffing bottle, but... I wish I was sponsored. One day we'll get a sponsor. Yeah, get a lovely sponsor. Send me all the soya milk. 2 at 1. Emma's Farm of Death. Hello, Boris Johnson's hairdresser in chat, and Stargirl, and Invisible Ray, Alexandra K, Johnny Bethnal Green, Al Horn. You think Emma's got involvement in it, you see? You think Emma's got involvement? I have got a West Midlands accent, yeah. I have. You know, I've got a West Midlands accent, you know, Bab. We will never be able to comprehend what Nikki had gone through in her last moments. You know, it's weird that, in a way, isn't it? Like, if you've gone through a load of trauma in your last moments... Like, because it didn't seem it was traumatic. It seemed like she decided to just put the phone in the dog and... Like, if it's a suicide, she's just walked off almost peacefully into the water. But if it's not, if it's something brutal and, like, we will never be able to comprehend. Comprehend means to understand, to reason and understand. So, it's an interesting choice of words. To grasp mentally, to understand. I can't get into Nikki's head. I can't understand the woman. Can't understand the woman. That's what they're saying there. I can't get into her head. We can't... Like, she's like a enigma to us. We can't understand Nikki. Nikki, we don't understand Nikki. I don't get Nikki. Which is a weird thing to say about someone that you, like, are your family and you... And also with this, yeah, I believe in free speech, 100%. That wasn't what I was going to say. I believe in being understood when you speak. And the way that you're best understood is if you use plain English in most statements and cases. The more you glamorise your language, like sometimes you need a specific word because it's very interesting and specific and it means what you say. But other times you can choose a complicated word when you mean something simple. So it's better to say the simple thing because then everyone knows what you mean. Like, if all signs in public were written in complicated, like, you know, creative English, then we wouldn't know where to fucking go on the motorway. He's like, I want the straight directions, please. So I think comprehend's a funny word. It's not the sort of word that you might use in day-to-day speech, is it? You might be more likely to say, I didn't understand what Nikki was going through. I couldn't understand what Nikki was going through. I don't understand her. But, yeah. Oh, Dylan Fowler. Ansell's like rubbish in a bin with the lid on the top. Welcome. I'll tell you what, right? I'll tell you what, talking about that, Dylan, I'll pick that. This is why you've got to watch the lives. I could go on a tangent at any time. We're going to also talk about this chuffer, Jason Dean Rothwell, today, hopefully, maybe, if we've got time, who found Nikki in the river, apparently. Yeah. And he said in his thing that we did yesterday, oh, man, we had trouble with that. Yesterday's live got taken off the internet because of copyright. It was Limmy in the end who did it. It's back up now, but no monetisation for you, naughty Scotty. No monetisation on those adverts. If you choose playing adverts on them, they're taking the money and not giving it to me, the fuckers, because it's dodgy content or whatever. But that episode, Jason Dean Rothwell, yeah, he described how he made a compost. Do you remember we watched that video? I'll put it on now. Fuck it. I've got the power.
Compost at the bottom of it. I mean, there's stuff on it now, so I can't really dig it out. But
what? Box. I don't know what's held just so it's free. Cheer up.
I then threw protein in there, meat.
Meat. Where are you getting your meat to throw in your compost? What's going on here? So we looked at this yesterday. Yeah, it's up on the YouTube now. You can see it whenever you want. Right. This chuffer, he described how he was making this compost bin in this video we watched, and I watched it back and I thought about it. He's putting it in a waste bin with no drainage at the bottom, with no holes. That's the description of what he was talking about there. A waste bin with no drainage and no holes. So when you make compost, you know, I've got an allotment. Thank you. Well, I don't. My mum does, but I go up there and do digging. So I've got an allotment. I've been involved in an allotment. And your compost is to the ground. You don't keep it in a closed container, I'm pretty sure. It sort of, like, the drains into the ground and it Like, that's how it composts, I think. Like, I don't think you want it in a sealed bin, like a sealed bin. I don't think that's how it works. I think that's something else from composting. Super chat there. Super chat. You wish you could give more? Stargirl, everything's appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. You know, I really appreciate it. I do. Everything's appreciated. It's tough times for everyone, including me, of course. Like, fucking hell. Should have seen the heating bill that I paid for my mum last month. But, like, it's tough times for all, but it's... I say paid for my mum. Mum, it's a funny one, this with me and my mum. I've given her, like, a big chunk of money recently. I said, have that. Don't worry about things. Just have that. And she's still stressing about it all. She's still messing with the thermostat and all this business, you know. But I saved up a bit last year, and I just wanted to make things easier for her. So I'm not trying to shout my own trumpet here. I'm just saying, like, you know, I know it's tough for everyone, because I know it is. Yeah, compost bins are above ground compost. So you've got one. Okay. So you don't have to compost into the ground. But, okay, so my worry... Okay, the one I've got in the back garden, it's sort of sat on the garden, and I think the bottom bit has drainage. I think drainage is involved, isn't it? I don't think it wants to, like, you know, sweat up and become waterlogged. Your compost bin doesn't have holes. Okay, maybe I'm wrong then. Maybe I'm wrong. I might be wrong on that. Fair enough. But the other worry about it was, for me, that he's describing this bin that he has, like, where he, like, breaks down his waste. Like, it was a really weird thing, and it made me think, if anyone was going to transport Nicola to the river, the sort of thing you'd want to put her in is like a big plastic bin, isn't it? Like, you could wheel that down there, you could bin her in. And then I remembered that there were these 2 canoes nearby, and I don't know about that. That's another concern to me. These 2 canoes, could he be involved in? I don't think he is. Right? It was a worry. It was a flag, and I just wanted to raise it then because someone mentioned it in chat about bins. Like, this was something that came up yesterday. I didn't quite finish it off in my brain, and now I'm able to loose ends tie it up. I think that what he does is he turns up at murder scenes. I don't think he does murders, but then later on we'll discuss this other... Actually, should we just do it quickly now, because we're just doing it, yeah? We could also talk about Peter. He's getting a battering. We talked about him yesterday in this one. I did a really quick breakdown of him yesterday, Xander, where I said he's got an ego, and so have the police, so they're butting heads, but really he's tried to help. And even if he does want to be the big I am, at least he's trying to help, you know? Yeah, that's my general theme on that. Some people say it needs holes for oxygen unless it's hot compost. See, I don't know. The gist with this chuffer, is that he also said that he found another boy. In fact, I don't want to get onto that yet, I don't think. Maybe we should do a whole episode about him. Hello from Slovakia. Slovakia, can we have your scores for the Eurovision? 0 point. There you go. Hello, Slovakia. I used to know someone from Slovenia as well. I say I used to know her. I snogged her once, and then we parted. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll go back to the quote when we go back to what I'm doing, actually, and I'll talk about this chuffer separately. But I wanted to indulge us in investigating whether he did find that other boy in the river, and I think that's a separate video almost, so I'd keep that on the back burner. But yeah, let's go back to this. Weird though, wasn't it? You know, weird that he talked about that bin. Just came up in chat there, yeah. Yeah. You're from Sweden. All right, okay, time out. Everyone in chat, if you're from anywhere, if you can find your flag in the chat options, if there's a chat flag emoji, or you just want to say the country that you're at, say your country that you're at in chat now. Everyone get it out your system. Get it all out there. Get it all out there. Get it in the chat. Let's have it. Let's have it. Let's have all the countries of the world. I want to see them all up there, flying your flags. Hello, Slovakia. What's a chuffer? It's just a word that I say. It's just a word that I say, you know. I don't know. Chuffer. Everyone's a chuffer, really. We're all a bit of a chuffer sometimes. It's better than saying fucker, anyway. Oh, I said it then. Anyway, well, look. I'm never going to get through this, am I? I'm not very good at textual analysis because I have to concentrate. Look at the countries coming in now. Look at the countries. Australia, England, Wales, Scotland. We're all the UK. Yep, you got that. Manchester's not its own country, you chuffer. You can have it if you want, though. You can have it. The Republic of Manchester. Switzerland. Russia. Ruski. France. Bonjour. Antarctica. I don't think they've got their own language in Antarctica. Coventry. That's just up the road from me. Blackpool. That's just up the road from Nicola Bulley. English is not British. Well, there it is, though. English is British, isn't it? It's just that British is not necessarily English. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I'm all of it. I'm global, really, as well. The Geordies, got Geordies in the chat. Latvia. Was that Afghanistan that went past as a flag there? Spain. People are definitely representing their local area here, which is fine, right? But that's not a country. We're not having the Republic of Essex and the Republic of Hampshire. It's fine to represent yourselves. Australia in chat there, but it's the moon. South Africa. There's a pirate flag just sailing in the open seas. America. Peru. It's some of you just trying to find different. You've got a pride flag option, but none for England. Well, that's a bit of a shame. I think they prefer on YouTube. I think they prefer inclusivity than nationalism. Then I think that's what that says. We've got Germany and Turkey there. I'm good at the flags, pretty good anyway. And if I don't get it wrong, no one's here to criticise me. There's a flag. I just don't know what that is. So, Tenerife is that? People here are funny, yes. Alexandra, I do think that I'm lucky. Like, some people get a load of idiots in their chat, but I get quite a lot of interesting and funny people in my chat. That's you I'm talking to. That's you. You know who you are, you chuffer. You know I'm talking to you. I do. Yeah. Right. Now you've got that out of your system, you all chuffers. Now you've got that all. And I find it difficult today because there is a slight delay, but I'm going to turn again to this textual analysis. So I didn't like the word comprehend. What Nikki had gone through, and again, I don't like what Nikki's gone through as a concept because I don't know, like, what she went through in her last moments is what's specified, and her last moments are either brutal or peaceful in a way. Like, sometimes suicide can sound peaceful, maybe it's not. That will never leave us, but Nikki might have done. Nikki might have done. Polska, hello now. Polska, Cześć. Jak się masz? Dobrze. Bardzo dobrze. Reading, Greece times with the Great Britain thing. Greece again in chat there. Like, we've got a good Greek connection, haven't we? Because Prince Philip was Greek. So, I tell you what I love. Yeah, like, being British. I saw this funny thing, a funny meme the other day about it. It was like, being British is that you can go to work in a German car for an American company, and like, you eat an Indian curry and you have a Chinese television or Japanese, phone, and all this stuff around. Like, bringing everything together and having a melting pot's a really good thing. Like, don't tell me you don't like a curry or a Chinese. So in that case, don't tell me that you don't like Indian people or Chinese people or whatever. Like, it's just silly, isn't it? Like, we're all humans and we all get on. So. And individually, like, as groups, it can be sometimes difficult. But individually, if you're hanging out with someone individually, they just, like, sometimes it's a little bit of a language barrier maybe. But I always find it remarkable that people come to England and learn English. And, like, that's quite hard. Like, that's an extra thing. If I went to Spain, I'd find it really difficult to learn Spanish. So I think that's remarkable. I think people do a really good job of helping each other to communicate. Right, that will never leave us. Now what I'm going to do, we've had it in chat for a little bit, right? I'm not going to say slow down in chat, keep chatting, it keeps the numbers up, keep that chat pumping, keep it pumping. But at the same time, I'm going to try and focus on the textual analysis a little bit, because otherwise we don't get anything done. Some people do complain that I do a lot of talking on my YouTube channel. Some people do complain that I do a lot of talking on my YouTube channel. Anyway, that will never leave us. That's a worry, because you're saying that Nikki might have left you. Like, sometimes people say the opposite, and Hegelian dialectics would say you create a concept. Okay, this is a bit highbrow, right? But the idea is, like, the opposites are created by themselves. So, like, if I say angry, before no one's got any emotions, God just made Adam and Eve, and they just haven't got emotions. They just sat there doing nothing. They're just like void. And okay, I'm going to invent anger. Right, Adam's angry now. Oh, you chuffer, what, you fucking eating that apple for, you chuffer? Like, Adam's angry. I don't have to invent peace, the opposite of anger, because Eve's like, well, I feel the opposite to you. What should we call this? And like, if you calm down, then what's that? It's peace, isn't it? Anger, like, so you invent the opposite by creating something. If that makes, it's a weird concept in a way, isn't it? But you kind of create the opposites by saying something. Like the opposite is therefore implicit. So what you said here is, we'll never be able to comprehend. Super choffer. People are angry at me for choffing. Yeah, the world's gone mad. But it's the way I do it. Sometimes I go off on a tangent and I go over here and I go over there and I'm supposed to be doing this and I said it was going to be this and now I'm talking about that. And it's been 10 minutes and he hasn't even started the show and all this business. So we will never be able to comprehend what Nikki gone through in her last moments, and that will never leave us. Makes me wonder about what had Nikki gone through in her last moments, because you don't know, apparently, do you? You would never be able to comprehend it. No, I don't like this. Okay, I don't like this. I don't like this, right? You can't comprehend it, or you don't know. They're two different things. I could be playing Scrabble against you, and you could put down a word that I can't comprehend. I'll be like, what the fuck is that word? No comprende. Should we get the dictionary out? Yeah? That doesn't mean it didn't happen, I didn't see it. It means I don't understand it. We will never be able to comprehend what Nikki had gone through in her last moments. Doesn't mean I will never know. I would rewrite this and say, I will never know. Not we will never know all this business. Like, this is from me, from the heart. This is from Paul, or whoever, yeah? But I would rewrite it then. I'd say I, because we is a bit vague. I will never understand. I will never know nor understand what Nikki gone, or I will never know. Yeah, forget understanding. I would one day hope to understand. I should have been understanding. That's the whole point of a marriage, you fucking idiot. I will never know what Nikki had. I will never know what Nikki went through in her last moments. I won't put, and that will never leave us, because it sounds fucking weird. And that will never leave us. Like, you've got something that will never leave you. You're trying to say it to instigate sympathy. I've now always got this problem, but actually, it worries me that we're talking about one person leaving another, and that could have been the instigation of this whole problem. We will never forget Nikki. I mean, that fucking goes without saying, doesn't it? It annoys me that annoys me, actually. Like, it's like you've run out of words already. Then after the first sentence, you know, what should we say about someone who's dead? It reminds me. I'll tell you what this reminds me of. It's like when someone passes around a card, and you're at work, right? And someone passes you a card around, and it's like someone's birthday, and then it's your turn to write in the card, and you're like fifth person, and they've already done all the things that you want to say. Have a great day. Here's wishing you the best. Like, you know, what am I going to write now? How am I going to write even more words about this birthday that everyone else has already written? It's like the cliche, we'll never forget you. We'll never forget you. Like, you would imagine not, wouldn't you? You would imagine not. We will never forget Nikki. How could we? She was the centre of our world. These are weird words. She was the centre of our world. Like, she wasn't the centre of your world when you were up in bed letting her do the breakfast. Centre. Like, when you say heart, wouldn't you be emotional, and therefore you'd be thinking about emotions and how much you love someone? And she was the heart of our family. She was the heart of our family. The pillar of strength. Centre of our world now. Centre. Like a shopping centre. Like not the core. I'm not thinking of hearts and cores here. You know, I'm not thinking of deep within. I'm thinking of centre. Feeling a bit clinical. We'll have to go to the garden centre for that. Do I smoke weed? What do you think? What do you fucking think? What do you think this is? You know, it's just a big cigarette. Toot toot. I've got them pre-rolled, mate, ready for today's episode, yeah. Obviously, on the internet terms of service, I'm not allowed to do things that are definitely against the law in the UK, I don't think. So, obviously, I'm not going to say yes. It is just a big cigarette. But also, I think it's absolutely fine because elsewhere in the world it's legal. And like, if I got in loads of trouble, I just have to move to where it's legal. I mean, fucking hell. Like, people need to grow the fuck up about it. It's just a little bit of a... I don't used to drink heavy, don't drink so much anymore, ever, don't drink. Just smoke a little bit of weed, so it's not like a major. But also, I tell you what, I don't want to be a bad example to young people. So, at the same time, I'm not here, like, having a show about how great the weed... I'm not, like, smoking it and going, oh, fucking, have you seen this and taste that and it's brilliant and toot toot. I'm just keeping it on the low-key. It's just something I'm doing. Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have picked it out and talked about it. I should have let it go under the radar. Oh, God. And this cough is because I've got a cold, not because of... Anyway. I am going to get onto a vaporizer as this stream goes on. They're expensive things, but I'm going to get onto it. I'm going to buy one and try and clean up that act. We'll never be able to comprehend what Nikki had gone through. We will never forget Nikki. How could we? How could we? Okay, I'm going to get back to this. We will never forget Nikki. How could we? It's like, that's like defensive. How could we? You're accusing me of the fact that I could. How could we? You know, I'm not going to, like, I didn't murder her. How could I? So, did you use the last of the milk? No, I didn't. How could I? I wasn't even up. That's like defensive. So I'd edit that out. Who is, right, if Paul has got a PR company, they're fucking awful. They're shit. Paul, hire me. And this is insane to me, right? This actually is insane. If Paul's spending money on a PR company, they're doing an awful job, and at the same time, I'm on the internet doing a really good job, but just the opposite side. So if you want someone to do good PR for you, hire me, because I'm spotting all this. I'll stop doing my videos and I'll just do your PR and I'll make you look really good. That'll be better for you. Yeah. Financial centre in chat there. Very good. I like that. Financial centre. London is the financial centre. Does somebody want to move? Is everyone happy up north? That's an interesting point. That's an interesting point. I shouldn't smoke when I have a cold. You're right. You know, you're right. I'm not the most. I'm not. You know. We all got our vices and foibles. I'm not perfect. I'm just a human. We'll forget Nikki. Never forget Nikki. How could we? And also, yeah, she was the centre of our world. She was the one who made our lives so special. And nothing will cast a shadow over that. This is really weird. Like when you slow it down like this and you break it down, it is really fucking weird. We will never forget Nikki. Of course you won't. It's ridiculous to say it. How could we? It's a defensive statement. She was the centre of our world, is cold, clinical, and describes, as someone said in chat, like financial, shopping. Like the words that we get with centre are all sort of commercial words. Centre of our world. This reminds me of something else he said in his interview that I red flagged was, or maybe I didn't get to it yet, or maybe we did it, but he talked about her and the bubble. He said she was really happy. I wanted to go over this and pick it out again in the interview. He said she was always happy in our little bubble. And that was in reference to, of course, the thing we went through with COVID when we had our bubbles. That was a terminology that came out then. But it also referenced a closed environment that she was part of. She was the centre of our world. Yeah? Means I don't want her like down there at the shops and over there with her mates at the gym and up here. I want her in my world. Like I've got my bubble. This is my circle, you know, our world. It's not everyone's world. It's not an open world. She can be the centre of it. You've kept her in the middle. It sounds like imprisonment. She was the centre of our world. She was the one who made our lives so special. What? What's so special about your life? And that's what you say about your children. Isn't it? Like people see children, like this has come back to that menopause aspect, is that people see children as a reason for living, don't they? So like what we do as humans is we generate more. And you know, going to it's the little things like when you go to the school and you watch them at the school play, or they learn to read and do their first words. It's special times. Your relationship with your partner or your spouse is sometimes more mundane after a period of time, but special. Okay, Valentine's can be special. You know, you do your own special romantic things. You maybe tell me in chat. You know, do you think relationships make your life special. I don't know if that seems right to me. And I don't know if I would... imagine... I don't know how to quite explain this. Imagine I was writing you a Valentine's card and I wrote, "Thank you for making my life so special." Like, do you think it would seem just a little bit... Again, it's a bit like someone's written that... Cliche, maybe the word. Cliche. A little, like, not deeply thoughtful. Just sort of like... I don't know, there's something strange about that to me as well. So special. I'm going to go for the full dictionary again. I like just to see things written in the dictionary so that I know that I'm not getting it wrong. But better, greater, or otherwise different from what's usual. Oh, okay. So I could reread this. Sometimes you can reread these sort of things, certainly in body language, like certainly in lies and truths and stuff like that. You can reread things and you can take out like ifs, buts, was, is. You know, you can knock things around a little bit. Wrong terminology there for Paul, wasn't it? Whoops. Like, if I reread this as she is the one who is making our lives so special, right? If I told you, how's things going with your wife? You've been married now for a couple of years. I haven't seen you for so long. You know, bumped into you in the supermarket. Oh, she's making my life so special. You'd be like, well, okay. What are you doing? She's taking you off to France, is she? Up the Eiffel Tower? Cooking you a Valentine's meal. She's making your life so special. It's kind of romantic early love, that is. Not so much late down the line. Oh, it could still be, but, you know, late down the line. But what about this? Who's got a special life now? Hey? Who's got a special life now? Who's got a special life now? Paul, hasn't he? And this reading of special to mean greater or better. Greater is a greater describes quantity. She's the one who's making me richer. She's the one who's making my life better, richer, greater, different from the usual, setting me up on a plinth, setting me up, taking me places. Yeah, she's the one who made my life so special. Like, it almost reminds me of I'm thinking as well, because romantic things I've done in my life as well, which were a bit special sometimes. I'm not trying to blow my own trumpet, but, you know, when you fall for someone, you want to make big gestures, don't you, sometimes? And sometimes you do silly things that are a little bit over the top. And it was like, oh, it was kind of special when this thing happened in a way. Big gestures. So I'm thinking two meanings here. One is that without... Like, Nicola in his life made it special in that she paid for the sky, you know. She paid for the luxury coffee that he likes. She was the one that, you know, I've heard it said in the media, and again, I don't know this for a fact, so I'm not reporting on anything I don't know for a fact. I'm only going on what people say and what their interviews say and stuff like that. But as just a brief conjecture, is that I've heard that Nicola was from a well-to-do family. She was from a wealthy family. So maybe, because I've dated people where I've gone to, like, on a date to meet their parents. They live in this fucking mansion or something. And I'm like, whoa. Like, look at this. And I can't say that. I can't be going in there like, whoa, look at this. Can I have a go on your coffee machine, mate? Wow. And, like, you know, I can't mess about with their stuff. But I'm, like, a little bit overawed sometimes by, like, how people have... you don't know this about certain people. They don't, like, go into... You know, they don't walk around going like, have you seen my massive fucking house that my mom's got? But you know what I mean? Like, I wonder whether her life was a bit more special than his. Whether her life was a bit more upmarket than his in some way. And she's the one that brought that aspect to him. And this been said in chat there as well. That, been said in chat that, I was looking for it and it's lost my mind now. I was going to say as well, like with this country set, that was it, keeping up with the Joneses. Part of keeping up with the Joneses, right, is not just having money. You can't just move in next door and spend a load of money and you've kept up. It's about class and culture. Like, you can't put a finger on it, you can't pin it on a map. You can have class and have no money. You can be brought up in dirt poverty and be noble, kind, benevolent. Don't look too good nor talk too wise. You can have class. You can carry yourself with decorum. You can refuse to be drawn. You can not get into the pettiness. You can not slander and libel people, behind their back because you're a funny fucking chuffing nasty chuffer. You can carry yourself with class. I'm giving examples. We all know, can't we, about class and nobility. You're only as good as your word. You don't break the bond of your handshake. If you say to someone, I'm going to do something, you turn up and you do it. There's more to keeping up with the Joneses than having money. And people look down their nose at people. You want to go out there, you bugger? People look down their noses at people for different things, different sorts of things. And it might be that you yourself, Paul Ansell, finds it difficult to break into the country set. You're not getting invited to the shooting parties. But it might be that the minute you get in with Nicola, she says, oh, won't you come on Sunday to Daddy's shooting party? And you've got yourself a barber coat. You can afford the barber coat, but can you get in the shooting party? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, Prince Andrew used to have shooting parties. He had one for Giselle Maxwell, didn't he? It was just a shooting party. Just a shooting party. I wonder about that. Hello. Can I get to the point, please? It's all tangent here, mate. It's all tangent here. She was the one who made our lives so special. So the point here is that Nicola can elevate you. Or I don't know if this is the case because I don't know about Nicola's past and her family, and I just heard that she was from a wealthy family in some way. But it could be the case that she makes your life special through her status. You're now in another league. And nothing will cast a shadow over that. So, we will never forget Nikki, how could we? She was the centre of our world. She was the one who made our lives so special, and nothing will cast a shadow over that. What, not even you murdering her? Not even you murdering her? Donate now to the GoFundMe. Well, some things could cast a shadow over that as well, couldn't they? Like bringing up her alcoholism in public. Accusing her of being mentally unstable. Like, that's exactly what those things did. What I'm saying now is all shadow, and it's all based on what you said, Paul, in your interviews. Who's the shadow? Yeah. Shadow, I'll tell you what as well, shadow is another important aspect. In psychology, Jung had the idea. So there was Sigmund Freud, and he talked about, oh, you wanted to shag your mum, did you? Oh, you wanted to shag your dad. Like Sigmund Freud said that all your problems came from when you were a child and you were developing sexually, and ideations and stuff like that. Jung went, like one of his... Jung came in the next generation, Sebastian Jung, and Jung said a lot of different stuff, some interesting stuff. And one of the things Jung talked about was that you have this shadow. It's very... Oh, this is so weird the way it's coming in like this. It's almost subconscious or something that this has got in here, because everyone has a shadow. They're what you are not. So, for example, I support Birmingham City. My shadow hates Birmingham. They support Villa. I care for animals. My shadow would kick a dog. Like, my shadow is the things I'm not. They're the opposite me, the anti-me, the things I hate. But also, right, and deeply importantly, they're parts of human nature that you might also have. My shadow gets angry. My shadow is mean. Like, I've been mean, I've been angry. I'm human. Sometimes we put all of our bad things on the shadow. And we say, that's not me, that's not who I'm like. I happen to do these things sometimes. The shadow is like part of you, remember. It comes from you. It comes from the things you like and the opposite. So it's the anti-you, but it's also the you could have become, or the you could be, if you didn't live in the light and behave the way you do, So it's interesting that we brought up the concept of a shadow here, even if I don't think Paul is understanding of the full Jungian context. But she was the one who made our life so special. Nothing will cast a shadow over that. I think this, again, is, for my gut feeling, is that this is about either I've stood over her and seen the darkness of my actions, my shadow has stood over her, it's bringing that up, or it's this aspect of things are being said, people are accusing me, Paul, of slandering her name. Nothing's going to slander her name. She's dead now. We're not going to talk about it anymore. Nothing's going to cast a shadow over that. It's also indicative of sunshine, of course. You don't get shadows without the light, do you? So it makes me think of sunshine not casting a shadow, nighttime. Makes me think of those sort of things. It's all sorts of worries to bring up this concept of the shadow in your eulogy for Nicola. I mean, really, this is a statement they made after Nicola's body was discovered and they had it confirmed that it was Nicola. So really what you would want to say is, I am devastated. I'm in shock. This is going to take me some time. Thank you for all your support. I'm trying to think of what I would say in this situation. Like, thank you for all your support. Now it's time to grieve. I'm even at a loss for words because it's such a shocking, horrible thing, isn't it? And I suppose eulogising would be an important thing. Like I said, like, Nicola was a beautiful person. Nicola did, we want to keep her memory alive. We're going to be setting up a foundation in her name for not. This is the other. Oh my god! Like, what are you doing? Setting up a GoFundMe for your own funeral costs and all that? Yeah. Where's the Nicola Foundation? Why is it the Paul Ansell Let's Go On Living Foundation? Why isn't it the Nicola, like, we're going to build a garden in your memory foundation? Nicola always cared about struggles with mental health. Or Nicola had struggles with mental health, so we think we should set up a foundation in her name to stop other people doing the same thing. Like, what the fuck? Where's that? Nothing will cast a shadow over it, except your actions, Paul, and the things you say and do. Our girls will get the support they need. Not your children, not my children, our girls. And that always worried me about that first interview, because our girls could refer to, like, if I said my girls, then I could be referring to 2 different women that I'm dating, as well as my children. Couldn't I? Have you got any girls on your phone? Our girls. I don't like that. I would say my children. Our girls will get the support they need from the people who love them the most. Okay. That's weird as well, isn't it? It's like a competition then, isn't it? Who loves them the most? You can't... I love them more than you chuffer. The sister doesn't love them as much as the father. Like, get off. We all love them equally. We all love. Love is not a competition. There is no... There's no... the most, obviously some people don't love them as much because they just don't know them, like, they're irrelevant to them. But when you love people, you love. That's it. There's no, like, gradient and score on loving. So the people that love them the most, that makes me wonder as well. That makes me question. I think what it is a statement to say the children are safe. They get the support. Support's a funny word as well. I suppose they need... But then also, I don't like this. Okay, so our girls will get the support they need from people who love them the most. I wouldn't say that's right. If there was a problem like that, maybe they need support from professionals who understand the grief they're going through, like a counsellor. That would be a good person to do it. Not just the person who loves them the most. And then, yeah, interesting in chat, saying about her being, like, if you're competing, who are you competing with? The people that are still alive, or even maybe Nicola? Is he saying that Nicola didn't show them enough care and attention? And that out of the 2 of them, Nicola and Paul, Paul's the one that loves them the most? Is that what he's saying? In that case, I won't let you take them away from me. I won't let you leave without, that's a worry, isn't it? Interesting in chat, yeah, about life insurance and stuff. I don't know about these sort of things. I think GoFundMe is very... in this case, it's very tacky as well. If something serious has happened, like if someone's had a car accident, like recently, oh God, don't want to talk about this.
It's raining again.
Yeah, of course I want to talk about
this.
I'm a Keck House has sent me some tips on the coffee system, which basically is keeping my lights on at the moment. So thank you. Me and your mum love watching the videos and watching me live. Thank you. That's 30 notes. I love that. I love you. I do though, and it's not that I love the money. I think the support and the generosity and the, it makes a big difference to me in my life. So I feel that and I appreciate it. So thank you. That's really, really appreciated. I don't want to name any personal details too much because I'm a bit worried about saying so much personal stuff about my life on the internet. But I recently lost, and I get emotional about stuff, so you might have to just bear with me while I just hold my shit together when I talk about this. I recently lost someone who was quite close to me. They died in a motorbike accident, and they were like a younger member of my family who, like a second cousin, I suppose. I can't think of the exact terminology, but I used to see. I remember like the tragic thing about this for me is, well, not for me, for I don't know. See, I'm getting my words all fucked up now. I'm trying to explain something though, but I remember him as this. I can still see him in my mind now as this young kid at the family events, running around and messing about. And he grew up into this young man, and then his life was tragically taken, and. Yeah, like it's been hard. That's been difficult, and there was this GoFundMe set up for that, and like my dad chuffed in like a bit of money, and like absolutely, like we had a GoFundMe for his funeral. That seemed right. That seemed right. That seemed like the right thing. Whereas the way they've set up their GoFundMe for Nikki's funeral, this is slightly different. This is this weird case, this tragedy, this murder, this potential murder, this, all this stuff. Yeah, thanks in chat, thanks. But, we all go through stuff, so I'm not the only one. And I'm not the one who was most hurt by it as well. Like, I've been able to deal with it. Let's just say that. I've been able to deal with it, But it's just, you should feel these things. You should feel these things. If you don't feel these things, you're not human, so it's okay to feel them as well. But I can deal with it. I'm okay. Anyway, the point of setting up the GoFundMe seemed right in that instance. Some things seem noble and correct. Everyone wanted to help. Everyone wanted to chip in. With this, it doesn't seem right, does it? It feels wrong. And so with Madney I McCann, they didn't set up a GoFundMe. They set up a foundation, didn't they? And then they had people donating to the foundation. And then they changed the reason for the foundation to include can pay my mortgage. And then they used it to spend, so they could spend the money. That's not even slander or libel, that's the facts. They're the directors of that foundation now. It's no longer just the Find Madeline Fund. It's also the Support Kate and Jerry Fund. But with this, I think it would have been so much better to start some sort of charity where you can raise money in Nicola's name and do some good in the world, but you're not going to be vilified as a money-grubbing chuffer. Like, why are you trying to profit off your wife's death? Can you really not afford the funeral? Is that it? Is that it? Or do you think because this is a national campaign on the media that you might get a lot more money than more money's good, isn't it? More money's good. Forget your character, forget your reputation, forget any of that. More money's good, isn't it? More money's good. So it feels tacky and disgusting. It's a very bad choice. And it's the sort of bad choice that someone would only make if they just didn't give a fuck. These people are sat, like, when Paul's sat and moaning about this to somebody, he's going, those fuckers on the internet, those fucking chuffers, do you know what I mean? He's like, I don't give a fuck about those people who think that I've, killed her. Those fucking people who think I killed her are scum. Do you know what I mean? Or maybe he's like, doesn't think that. He thinks that we're the sharp ones and he just wants to shut us up. I don't know.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Swish, and then whoosh.
The others were deleted, weren't they? It's very weird, actually. It's all right to be very emotional now, but we'll carry on. We'll carry on through, yeah? Sorry to make you feel bad. I'm not here to make you feel bad. So sorry about that. But, this is what happens. You feel these things. Okay, this is the critical point here. And I'll take my tippies. 420 heals the soul. Thanks. But just don't overdo it if you're listening out there. I don't want to be a bad influence. There's a thing that I would talk about, the cognitive triangle. And we talked about it in Mental Health Monday, some videos that I've been doing last year and the year before, which exist if you want to check in channels. On this channel, you can find the Mental Health Monday videos. The cognitive triangle is your thoughts, feelings, and behaviour. So I've talked about something and it's made you think about something. And that's brought you down a bit. That's your feelings. I've affected them by your thoughts. When you put your thoughts somewhere, it affects your feelings. And that affects your behaviour. You might even cry. You might decide, I don't want to go to the pub now. You know, you might, these sort of things. So when we're depressed and when it's okay to feel, it's not just depression, it's okay to feel things. It's okay to think things. But then you've got to keep this moving. Got to keep this going. So otherwise you get stuck in the same place and you're there forever. And the world is moving on and you're not. And it can feel very, very difficult then. So what you have to do, and okay, if it's raw grief, take a while, take a couple of weeks. You can just feel it, just let it settle. But after a while, you have to start changing something, and it's hard to change your feelings. They're very hard to change. They're instinctive. Your thoughts, maybe I can put on a documentary and I can get into it, but sometimes my feelings will override my thoughts. They'll step in and they'll get on top. So quite often, the big one, the way to stick in the wheel, is the behaviour. And it can be strangely as simple as like getting up and going for a walk, or taking a break, or, you know, doing something physically different. And hopefully that will change your thoughts, because you're starting to think about the different snow that was coming down last week and how the ground's changed. And there's some new flowers coming up, and, you know, and once you've got that, maybe your feelings will come along. This is the sort of interesting. Maslow's hierarchy of needs is an interesting one as well. Yeah, interesting. CBT, Tina, bang on, exactly. This is taken from cognitive behavioural therapy. Yeah, and it helped me immensely. And I'll tell you what, all the mental health support work I've looked into, I've done some support work courses and stuff like that as well. It comes down to this a lot. I can't give you tablets, and I can't send you, or you can go to the doctor, but I can't therapise you. Do you know what I mean? But this simple mechanism, I think what's important is that. Yeah, be nice to people. I think what's hashtag Smith. I think it's important to recognise I put you there by putting the thoughts out there, but it's not that we have to live in those thoughts. In fact, we have to live in the real world, and the real world's the behaviour more than anything. You know, more than anything. So that's my top tip for that. We'll carry on with the episode, and I know it's okay to feel things, so I'm not going to say don't feel sad when you feel sad. Feel it. Feel it. Breathe it in. Breathe it out. Let it go, and let's move forward to the next thing. You know, make a conscious effort to take that moment and then move forward. And if you find it moving forward very difficult and you keep falling back, then, you know, that's a signal of depression, and we can then talk further and more deeply about how we can't move forward. But that's not this episode, so sorry, you're just gonna have to deal with that. No, you can go to Mental Health Monday on my channel. Look, you go to channels there, and Mental Health Monday's that one, and then there's lots of videos here that you will find that on the same theme as I've just been describing will help you to move forward. So that's there as a resource. Okay. Our girls will get the support they need from someone who loves them the most. From people who love them the most. People's a plural. People is a plural. So what we're saying there is that there's more than one person who loves them the most. So I'm actually guessing there that it's not Paul. Paul thinks that the grandparents are now the people that love them the most, or the sister, that side of the family, because it's plural. Emma doesn't love them the most. Paul on his own doesn't love them the most. He's told us that, because it's a plural. Even if I'm grouping myself in with her family, I'm not. I'm the son-in-law. That's her family. Me and her family. I'd say, you know, they'll get the support from me and her grandparents, me and Nikki's family. I wouldn't say from my family, because I'd be referring to my parents. So when I refer to the people who love them most, I worry there that Paul isn't referring to himself. But I said also it could mean that Paul was referring to himself and thinks that they are not the people who love him the most, but his side maybe are. You know, but I'm going to actually veer on the side of this refers to their Nicolay's family. Therefore, Paul wrote this because you can't refer to somebody else in like this like from the people. You'd say us. If I was the head of the family, the patriarch in this case, or the matriarch, it could be the mother, was writing this on behalf of the whole family, our girls will get the support from us, the people that love them the most. From the family. You don't have to, but they're different people. They'll get the support they need from people that love them the most, from those people. So I'm going to say Paul wrote this and he doesn't love them the most. Sorry, kids. I mean, that's a harsh one. And starting with an and it saddens us to think. There's a statement. I just said it as well. It does sadden you to think, doesn't it? It does make you sad when you think about it. That one day we will have to explain to them that the press and members of the public accuse their dad of wrongdoing. Okay. I mean, saddens me is ridiculous, because if I had to explain to my children that someone had made their dad, which would be me, look bad, I'd be furious, be angry. In fact, I'd probably remove that front bit. Not it saddens us to think, to have pity on me, but one day we're going to have to explain to them that you said I did it. Like, it's a much more confrontational phrasing then, isn't it? I'm going to have to tell them you said I did it. I'm talking to you, not the kids now. I'm going to have to tell them. They're in the background. They're like an object. You know, I'm going to have to tell them that you said I did it. You chuffer. But this is saddening that they're going to have to explain to them that the press and members of the public accuse their dad of wrongdoing. I mean, it would also be awful if you had to explain to them one day that your dad did it, that I did it. You know, what I have to explain, if I remove some of these parts of the sentence, it's going to sadden me one day to explain what happened to my children. I'm going to be sad one day when I have to explain what happened to them. So you've obviously not explained anything that's happened to them now as well. They're in the dark at the moment, because one day we'll have to explain it. At the moment, you're just hiding them from it. That's my guess. You've just seen the photo used on the GoFundMe. Very manipulative. Hang on, let's have a look at that. It does look weird, doesn't it? That I wouldn't have chosen that photo myself either. I'd have gone for a much more congenial photo than that. But, you know, Paul did... That is a photo of Paul that he actually, you know, published. So, yeah, okay, so explain to the press and the members of the public. This is, of course, an accusation against the press and members of the public as well that accuse their dad of wrongdoing. So this statement is also a denial of wrongdoing. This is a... Like, I don't know if Paul's actually actively come out and said, I have not killed Nicola. I don't think he's actually said that. But this is saying that, but without saying it. Like, again, maybe it's just me and my straight talking principle, or, you know, the idea that I'd want to be understood. But I might say, you all said I fucking killed her. I didn't fucking kill her. I've got to say that to my kids now. Let's tell everyone why everyone thinks I fucking killed her. And why does everyone think I killed her? Because I came out like a chuffer and I was weird. Not because everyone else in the world has got a weird spidey senses and they're all bad chuffers, but because I look weird. So it's actually my fault that you thought that. So why am I angry at you? It's just all weird, isn't it? And why is it going in this statement here about the eulogy? And, like, you know, it's an offensive statement. Like, it's an aggressive... Aggressive's a funny word for it, but it is an aggressive statement. I want to talk about passive-aggressive for a second. A lot of people get this wrong. You know, passive-aggressive... It's a behaviour of indirectly expressing negative feelings instead of openly addressing them, they talk about, yeah? So your internal negative dialogue comes out, but you're not saying exactly the thing. You're not being directly aggressive, right? So a lot of the time people think that a passive-aggressive act... and I mean, I might be wrong in this. I might be a bit wrong in this, but I feel that people mistake aggressive acts for passive acts. So, for example... If you were going to fall in the river and I come over and I give you a push, I'm aggressively pushing you in, yeah? Active aggression. If I see you falling in the river and I just stand there and do fuck all, and I know you're falling in, I don't come and help, I'm passively doing nothing. Yeah? But I can see you struggling. I could have helped. It's like that what I could have done thing again. That's passive aggression. Because the aggressive act is that I didn't help and you came to trouble. It's the same as pushing you in a way, isn't it? Oh, he's going to tread in that hole over there. Don't tell him. a different act, though. Like, sometimes people say passive... I'd said this in the other thing and someone picked up on hiding keys for some reason. I just think it was an example I use because people get exasperated when they can't find their keys. So if you can't find someone's key, like if someone can't find their keys, they're angry. And you might see that they're down there under the telly. They dropped them yesterday, and I can see them there. And I'm not going to say anything, just watch them getting angry. Passive-aggressive. If you took the keys and put them under the telly, someone might say, oh, they're being very passive-aggressive today. Like, you hid my keys from me, that's passive-aggressive. It's not, it's actively aggressive. Actively, you're doing something. But we're talking about a pattern of indirectly expressing negative feelings instead of openly addressing them. So instead of saying to you, I hate you, you're making me cross, you take the keys and you throw them under the fridge. So it is a bit like what I said it wasn't as well, but openly addressing them. But I think that's actually actively throwing them in the fridge is active. Anyway, what I'm saying here is that this smarts of aggression, whether it's passive or active, because you're going after the press and members of the public here. Like, you can break that sentence down and say, what does it mean? I'm sad because you said bad things about me. I'm sad because you said, and we're talking to the press, it's a press statement in public. So I change press and members of the public to you, because that's who you're talking to. I'm sad to think that one day we'll have to explain to them. I'm sad because you have said that I did it. That's what that says. Misquoted and vilified friends and family is the addendum. See, this is why I don't like using funny words. Is the extra bit they stuck on the end. You misquoted and vilified friends and family. Emma, then, because we haven't. Like, how many of your friends do we know, Paul? So you mean Emma, then? And did we misquote anyone? No, I haven't. I don't know about the whole thing, the whole shebang. I have not seen anyone misquoting anyone. It's hard to misquote people because they're on the telly saying their words. So that's what they're doing. In fact, the press are quoting you right here, very carefully, letter by letter, statement by statement. I've not seen any misquotes. Vilified friends and family, that is Emma. Because you've said friends and family. No one's vilified the rest of the family. Like, they might have asked questions about the sister, but no one has been going around doing vilification of her dad. No one's been vilificating him. Like, what are you on about? It's either Emma and her sister or nobody. So why have you not said it? And it's deflecting. Because remember, we're talking about whether you said I did it or not. I'm angry, angry that you've said that I did it. And also you said stuff about Emma. And also you said stuff about... So it's two reasons here. One is it's this thing, like, if you're... Like, we've all been there at school where some chuffer's getting the wrong end of the stick and then someone starts to pile it on. So, oh, you said that they did that. I didn't say that. And you said that thing about Emma. I didn't do that. And you said that thing about... and now Emma's over. You said something about me. And, like, you know, they're all ganging up. So what he's trying to do here is trying to create a sort of bandwagon effect where you can be angry about what they said about Paul, or you might not give a shit. But you care about what they said about Emma, or you might not give a shit. Well, then you care about what they said about the family. There's got to be something that's going to make you on my side. Oh, God. This is not good, yeah. It's deflecting. It's not directly denying either. I'm angry because you said I did it. I didn't. Yeah? That's all you need. But instead you've got all this dressed up language and you've ended it on vilified friends and family. So if anything, you're trying to say, look, it's not me that I'm worried about, it's these other people. Emma might have done it. Forget it, Paul. Forget it. This is absolutely appalling. Is it? Because the whole framework of what we're talking about is that murdering someone is appalling. Driving them to suicide through your controlling and coercive behaviour is absolutely despicable. Being ignorant to your wife's struggles to the point where she might become suicidal, awful. I'm not, you know, some people actually become suicidal, there's nothing, you don't know signs, you didn't know, you're just a normal person, you didn't spot it, and it's tragic. Absolutely. I'm not saying that is what happens everywhere. I'm just saying these are things that could be appalling. Clay, is that Clay I or Clay 1? Clay I. CHF. Chuffer, £5, thank you. And cheerful game controller there as well. Thank you for the super chats. I really like the way the super chats sit at the top like that. You're at the top of the chat. On that last live we did, this one about Jason, the chat's gone now because I had to edit out the bit that... it's really annoying because I had to edit out that little bit that was copyright. The chat went, but I don't want to... You know, that's not me doing that. That's just... Facebook does it. YouTube does it, so not Facebook. It's absolutely appalling. Again, we're going on the attack now. And what we're doing is we're framing something that's appalling, saying that Paul did it. Saying that Paul did it is absolutely appalling. We're vilifying, we're making an enemy of anyone who said that Paul did it. You're the disgusting people, not the murderers. And in fact, suicide in itself I find to be almost acceptable to say it's appalling. Because I'm appalled that people get in that mental state. I don't want that for people. I want better for them. I'm sad for them. It disappoints me. I would hope that as a society, not everyone individually now, not just you didn't know this and that. That's harsh. Like, some people are not going to pick up on every signal. Do not beat yourself up about things that other people do. That's on them more than anything, okay? But society, maybe we do need to help each other a little bit more. You know, maybe we do need to just look out for each other. I'm always an advocate for that. So this is absolutely appalling. They have to be held accountable. This cannot happen to another family. That's self-incrimination guilt. Like, I have to be... Like, imagine I just changed these words. I have to be held accountable. This is absolutely appalling. I have to be held accountable. This cannot happen to another family. Who has to be held accountable here? Nicola's been dead. We would like... If it was me and my loved one, I'd like to find somebody accountable for her death. And if it turned out to be me, then I'm going to have a real trouble making a statement about why I'm accountable. Like, would you not feel you were... Like, how is Paul reasoning this out? This is stupid. I'm saying to people in... Okay. Let me pull this back. Julianne, yeah, I believe it was made to look like a suicide, yeah. Julia, let me pull this back, right? If you know someone that's committed suicide and you are angsting inside over whether it was your fault and you could have done something and you could have spotted it and this and that, you think that you're accountable, that's natural. Everyone does that. It's part of grief. It's bargaining. It's part of the confusion. In truth, we can all do a little bit more for everyone else. We can. But you're not to be dragged over the coals for your situation and for your... Like, you're not a professional mental health person, so you're not to be dragged over the coals for your being a human and a normal person. So I'm not going to guilt trip anyone that knows anyone that's committed suicide because you should have spotted it. No. Let's put that there. Let's, like, guilt that. Let's put that in a box. That's golden. You can't mess with that. Okay? On the other hand, if my wife killed herself, I would never forgive myself. Whether it was right or wrong, whether it's in that gold box or not, I can't live in that gold box. I would not forgive myself. I would need to go to counselling, to therapy. Whether I know it in my heart or this and that, there's always going to be a part of my mind that said, I could have helped her. I could have been there. I should have done something. What if this? What if that? I don't know if talking about moving on earlier, I don't know how I would move on. I don't know how I would. It might be that was it for me. It might be that was the hurdle I couldn't jump, and that as much as I could, you know, day to day show people that I'm getting on, like mentally deep down, could I get over that? I'm just being honest. Some people can. There is life, you know, in the future. You can deal with these things and get on. Or it might be that you go to your grave with a guilt, or, you know, I'm not saying people should kill themselves because they can't deal with it. It's not that. It's that sometimes we just carry things with us for the rest of our life. And we just do. We're humans. We just do. So my problem with this is that this is absolutely appalling. They have to be held accountable. It cannot happen to another family. Like, Paul, this is absolutely appalling. I don't know how I could have let this happen. I can't forgive myself. Not they have to be held accountable. Why are you throwing these... Fucking you should be... After my wife died, I felt really angry at all the public. Fuck them. They all needed to be taught a lesson. What? What the fuck's going on in your head? It's not her wife. It's not his wife, but, you know... I think that doesn't make sense in terms of the emotional position that you're in. I'm going to break it into two as well. This cannot happen to another family is a banality. Number one, it can't happen to another family because Nicola's dead, so she's not going to get in another family and have more kids. Oh, well, see, there it is. There it is. There it is. Of course it can't happen to another family because she's dead. So if she was going to leave and start a new life, I'm not going to let her. I've murdered her. It cannot happen to another family. She cannot have another family. Of course, going on in the future, if you're worried about another family suffering the tragedy of suicide, which is what you say ostensibly is my friend Steve's word, what you say has happened, then of course it will happen to another family unless you do something about it, like start a foundation, a charity. Let's talk about our feelings. Let's become a greater thing in society. I'm now going to start, like Paul, if I'm Paul, I'm going to give up my day job doing whatever the fuck I do at 10 o'clock in the morning after I've had my cup of tea, and I'm going to start this campaign to stop suicides. I'm also going to want a lot of security around the rivers. I'm going to want CCTVs. I'm going to want some kind of buddy system. So if someone like Nicola does go off the clock and off the radar, that it's not her partner and her husband that has to watch out for her, but she's got some sort of buddy, so that 10 minutes when she went missing could have been alert, instead of like an hour, 2 hours went by, I was off looking in the bushes. There's so many things you can do if you're worried about this happening to other families. But that's not what Paul's talking about. That's not what he's talking about, because it's not what he's doing. So when he says this cannot happen to another family, it's either a hollow statement to make himself sound good, you know, I'm thinking of you and your family, but actually it's not that. What he means is, and this is my statement analysis, so get this, Peter Hyatt, stuff this up your bum, Peter Hyatt. This cannot happen to another family because Nicola is dead, so she can't have another family. Ha! Paul wins. We tried last night to take it. Sorry, the dog was just barking. I did just want to check what he's chuffing up. What are you chuffing for? You want to come in with your daddy? Come on. It's daddy with you now today. Oosh. I need to take him to the woods tomorrow, I reckon. I like going in the woods, and I'll tell you what, I'm going to have to start taking my axe with me, aren't I? Because the MI5 are going to try and bin me off. They don't have to. If they want me to stop all this, you know, if there's some scary elites and they want me to stop all this, they could just send me some money in the post. They don't have to do anything mean. We tried last night to take in what, and remember this was a few days ago when they just identified the body. We tried last night to take in what we've been told in the day. How far of this? I'm quite near. Okay. We tried last night to take in what we've been told in the day. I'll read the whole sentence and because it's got commas, which to me is a break in the mental process. It's like, I think this, comma, I think this, comma, I think this. It's not like, I think this, I think this, I think this. You know, so I break it down step by step before I see it as a cohesive whole. That's the way I approach textual analysis. I might not be, you know, I'm doing this as an amateur armchair sleuth. You know, I don't have a degree in this or anything, although I did study psychology. There is no degree in textual analysis. There is no qualification. I don't know if there is, actually. I might be wrong on that. There's certainly not a qualification in body language. There's no qualification in that. You can't have the certificate from the official, you know, you either study psychology and then specialise in an area, or, like, that's it. There's no, you know, you're either a psychology degree or you're not. And I'm a psychology studied, didn't get a degree. Left university. Dropped out. So it saddened us to think that one day, no, that was that last one. We tried last night to take in what we've been told in the day, only to have Sky News and ITV making contact with us directly when we expressly asked for privacy. So that's a statement. So on the surface, we're aggressively going after the mainstream news now. We're saying, fuck you, the mainstream news. You're making our lives so bad. Aren't you disgusting pig roaches? No. Also, these are the same people who were very nice to them just a week ago. I say very nice to them. I imagine they paid them for their time. I imagine that they had a nice time all together doing the interview. I imagine they were very polite to them. You know, they came and did the interview with them. They didn't say, oh, is this your house? Load of shit this is. Make me a cup of tea. We're here to do the interview. You know, I imagine they were very nice to them. And now all of a sudden it's turned sour. I don't even believe, you see, I find this difficult. A lot of people have taken this mantle up and said like, oh, if they rang, you know, they rang them on the day and they asked for privacy, it's disgusting. But on the other hand, like, on your worst day, imagine this, on your worst day, I've been grieving for shit. You know, imagine someone that knows that rings you up for something mundane or to get an interview or whatever, and you have to tell them no. It takes 2 minutes. It's, you answer the phone, you say hello, they say hello, this is Sky News, we're very sorry about your loss. It's tragic what's happened. You know, since we last saw you, things have developed. Is there any way you'd like to talk about it today? Maybe, can we get a quote from you? No, sorry. I'd like to be left alone for the foreseeable future. Thank you. That's that. Oh, another call's come through. It's the ITV. I have to say the same thing again. Sorry. If the phone's ringing off the hook, it would anger you, wouldn't it? It would irk you. So you'd probably just turn it off or disconnect it. Other than that, I don't find it that despicable. Not that awful. She's been dead for 3 weeks, for Christ's sake. Like, this one day you can't talk about it anymore. I find it really weird. And I know I'm not the, you know, the general rule here is that you're supposed to say it's not polite to ring them up on this day. It's unethical. You're a bad person. That's the general rule, I suppose. But you're in the media spotlight. You've done appeals on the media. You've done multiple TV interviews. And on this important part of the process, you've decided to go silent. And they're disgusting. They are disgusting for asking you. Like, it's not that they're outside with all the paparazzi. It's not that they're chasing you down the tunnel and the car's gone in the pillar and you've smashed dead, is it? It's not a Lady Di situation here. They phoned you up. Like, get off your... Like, it's, part of me makes me feel angry about this and feels like they're being too delicate, because for the last 3 weeks we've been discussing your dead wife in the news. For the past 3 weeks it's been on all the stuff, because you've made it all the stuff. Nicola's been out there with the fucking placards, the disgusting bitch holding those placards. How insensitive. No, you wanted all that. Bit of rough, bit of smooth. So that's, I'm getting off course now. That's not even textual analysis, is it? That's my feelings. But we tried to take in what we've been told in the day. We tried last night to take in. What you do is you take in your washing. Like, taking something in like that. I suppose you mean to understand, to take in, like, you know, to let it settle in your mind, I suppose, yeah? What we've been told in the day. Another way to say this would be, Nicola's death shocked us. We're in shock. We tried last night to take in what we've been told in the day. I'm wondering whether he murdered her in the daytime, like I thought, and then disposed her at night, separately, as like a separate event. We tried last night to take in what we had been told in the day. And I'm assuming what you were told in the day is that Nicola was found, we're identifying her or whatever, you know, like, I assume that's what you mean. I don't know, because you're not specifying, but... Only to have Sky News and ITV making contact with us directly when we expressly asked for privacy. Express. Okay, there's some funny language there then. I'm going to pick on Express, because Express is the word for, like, newspapers, the Daily Express. Like, it's a newspapery word. It also means to do something quickly. Let's have Express. But it's also expression, I'm thinking. I don't want to express myself. I don't want to say anything. I want to keep it in. I want to keep that. If you're not expressive, what are you? You're hiding it away. So they've asked to make contact directly, one-on-one, talk to me. I'm hiding I don't want to be expressive. I want to be private. I find that to be the case. Whatever I'm feeling, I don't want to express it. I want it to be private. Which is weird, because this is the moment where it's the most obvious what you can do. Like, all the way along, people have said he's acting funny, he's being strange, or the family and this and that. Like, this point where you know it's Nikki and she's definitely dead, you can just, like, I'll break down now, finally. I don't have to hold it together for anyone. She's fucking dead and I'm fucking at it now. Do you know what I mean? Like, it feels like now's the moment where you could express yourself more than ever. Catherine in chat there, Emma's big catering deep freeze between mini canapes and the ice cream. One of the problems we've got with the body that we are not going to get, well, the autopsy and stuff, we're going to deal with a different matter, I suppose. I won't go too deep into that, but too deep into it in the water. The water changes how things break down, and you're either kept in water or you're not, and they should be able to spot that in the autopsy. Should be able to. And you're not, I said before as well, it's very unlikely you're going to want to move a sodden wet corpse. Like, it makes it heavier and more difficult to manage, but I'm not sure about that. But I don't know. It's fun though, having stuff going off in chat. It's fun. Did Paul ever have an interview alongside the family? No, I don't think so. I get this impression as well that they're separate entities, that Paul is like not within their bubble, so to speak. Yeah, so we tried to take in what was in the day, only to have the news make contact with us directly when we expressly asked for privacy. So I want to pick out this Express as well. Tesco Express. First thing that comes up is the news, look, Daily Express, like I said. So it's in. There's no way you grow up in the UK and you don't associate that word with news. So maybe it's because we're talking about the news here that it's in his mind. But we could also, like, it's interesting here that it's come up with Pizza Express, it's come up with Tesco Express. We've got like delivery, food delivery. Are we talking about someone nipping around on a little scooter doing something quickly? You know, a little quick nip here, drop something off. An express delivery. Are we using a word like that, which would rhyme with, like, it would vibe with having to take the body off and ditch it somewhere? Maybe this red van comes up again. Express delivery. Had to just quickly bop out and do an express delivery to the river. Definition. Convey a thought or feeling in words by gestures and conduct, expressing yourself. To squeeze out. I didn't think of that. Is it not associated with, like, speed and... Express delivery, hang on. Express delivery's right, isn't it? Yeah. I thought it was like fast, express. Get it fast, like, you know, espresso, which is not espresso, but is espresso, does not mean fast. Espresso means just for you. But express, squeeze out. Like vacuum sealed. Okay. That's what I got. That's what we got. So we expressly asked for privacy. We expressly asked for privacy. Is the thing we did express, the thing we did make clear is that we wanted privacy. And again, you do have that. Like, you do have privacy. No one's photographing you in your home. No one's videoing your home. Like, the only thing we're us, the public, able to have insight in is your words, your statements, your chosen times to interview. So I think it's a really weird one. What it does as well, okay, this is a different way to look at this. Stepping back from textual analysis and just about what you were aiming to achieve by this statement. If your aim is just to make the statement to express how you feel because this tragedy has happened, that's your aim, is just to express how you feel. Maybe even to start the ball rolling on a foundation for Nicola. You know, keep her name in living memory and helping others. If, on the other hand, you had an ulterior motive, you might choose different words and different language. And in this case, what this piece of language does is it says, stop looking at me, at the start of it, stop looking at me. Right, meowing now. God, the cat's going now. Right, Omar. Shall I put you out? Or do you want to come in? Do you want to come in? Shall I put you on there? Go on there and I'll see how you're meowing. Oh, the dog's going out. It's one or t'other. Okay, so what Paula said is that don't look at me. It's making me cross. Get angry at the media. It's like an instruction to us, the people that are listening to it. It's like, how will the stories be written the day after? What will they say in the papers the day after? Well, they could have a go at Paul. And he's not so worried about the papers even, because he's naming Sky News and ITV as being big, disgusting. I thought it was the social media that was disgusting, remember? I don't think he's as worried about what Sky News and ITV print or say about him as he is the social media, because the social media is what we all think, and that drives the conversation these days, much more importantly than the mainstream media. Day by day, the mainstream media, their grip crumbles, and more people become more enlightened about the way they operate. The mainstream media are not as popular these days. We've all got phones, and they had to really try hard to get in on your phone, didn't they? You know, they had to really work hard to still be relevant. But anyway, and I am looking at a news article, of course. But anyway, look, the point here is to make you angry with the mainstream media, so that tomorrow you're on your phone and you're typing out a tweet about "fuck Sky News," and then that's deflection. That's classic deflection 101. I didn't do it. I'm not guilty. Don't look at me. Look at them. They're the problem. That's an issue. Or like, oh, is someone eating all the yogurts? Yeah, but they drank all your Coke as well. I might have eaten your yogurts, but they drank all your Coke as well. Oh, you should be angry about something else. Like, even if you feel this, yeah, you're making a press statement to the media. So it would seem illogical to state this. Oh, I've got to feed the dog now, I have. Chuff, I haven't fed the dog. It would seem illogical, right? Why don't I just quickly feed the dog and I'll play this little bit of this. Sounds dodgy as well, doesn't it? This sounds fucking dodgy as well, to be honest.
And suddenly there are flies. Thousands of flies. I don't even know how...
Do you know what I mean? Morbid fascination as well, isn't it? This is curiosity with the death. This is curiosity for the breakdown of the body. This guy's a...
They got in there. But, probably...
He's not vegan, he's had loads of meat. In chat there, Simplistic 67.
But then that was wonderful. And now through it, there is this lovely, rich, almost sawdust-like earth that will be good for planting next year or later this year.
Get off you. Get off my show. Oh, Scotty Otty. Sorry, I mean, this is the real life. I just had to sort out the dog. We've got to get on to voice messages as well, haven't we? How far are we on now? An hour and a half. We need to tidy up this now. We need to get to the next finish. There's some more statements here. We need to finish this off and get on to voice messages. So, I feel this is a deflection towards the media. They continue. Do the press and other media channels and so-called professionals not know when to stop? Well, they're not going to stop if you make a statement. They're going to report it. These are our lives and our children's lives. Real quick off the top of my head for these last bits maybe, but do you not know when to stop, Paul? Do they not know when to stop? Do you know what it's like to not know when to stop? Maybe you started pushing her and started shouting and then you hit her once and you didn't stop. Maybe Emma didn't stop. Maybe something has gone out of hand and not known when to stop. Do the press not know when to stop? That's a concept. They're never going to stop, Paul. They are literally never going to stop. It's their job. They do it day to day. So they're literally not... Paul's not going to come out and make an impassioned plea to the media and they're going to shut down their offices. Like, it's a fucking stupid thing to say. So, interesting stuff in chat. Are you all okay in chat? Everyone happy with each other in chat? Yeah, no one's getting bullied or anything? Just keeping an eye on that because I just went away a little bit. These are our lives and our children's lives. This is my life. This is Nicola's life we're talking about, actually, isn't it? Nicola's life, which is tragically ended. These are our lives and our children's lives. It's almost like a statement of fact, that is. It's like, this is what it is now. Like, it's almost like an admonition of guilt in a way as well. Like, this is the reality. You're saying I did it, and this is the reality. To those who genuinely helped and supported us, genuinely is a qualifier. So you're suggesting that some people who came forward to help and support are not genuine and are doing it for underhand reasons. And of course, the biggest helper that we've seen is Emma. Is Emma genuinely helping and supporting you then, or is she doing it for some underhanded reason? Because you've said outrightly here on this, who's getting bullied chuffed? No, I don't think anyone is. I'm just asking if anyone in chat, because I'm keeping an eye on chat in one eye, but I've only got two eyes. So I let you all talk freely. So I just wanted to clearly ask if anyone is having any trouble in chat with anyone else. Like, I'm not going to have anyone arguing with each other in chat to the point where anyone feels unhappy. So you're allowed to both say your point and then you can move on. I don't think we're having a problem in chat. I just wanted to keep an eye on it, that's all. We thank you. Okay, so those who genuinely helped, unlike the people who are ungenuine in their help, and supported. Help is different from support. So now support again is being used. It's financial, isn't it? It's like the financial. I'm saying it today, I've got my please support me on coffee.com. This says buy me a coffee, and underneath me it says tip me. I can change that, but I can only change it to one of three things on here, and one of the three things is support. Support me, it could say. Support is often used in the sense of a fundraiser, like support me for my GoFundMe, like that. So I'm getting that vibe from that. Some people are not genuine in their help. Some people are supporting us financially. Privately, we thank you. So why are you doing it in this public episode? Why are you doing it here? To those who genuinely helped and supported us privately, we thank you. You don't need to thank them here, publicly. You're talking about these private people, so just give them a little text. You don't need to do that here. It's weird to choose to do it here. The community support in St. Michael's, that must be the church. Or is it the area that they live? Because it kind of could refer to both. You would refer to the church as St. Michael's Church, but you could be referring to the area or the village if it's St. Michael's the village. But friends, neighbours and strangers. The community support in St. Michael's, friends, neighbours and strangers has been nothing short of comforting and heartwarming. Friends, you know who you are. Thank you. Again, it's a repeat of this first bit about some people are genuine and some people are not. Friends, neighbours and strangers. The general public, you mean, has been nothing short of comforting, nothing short. Again, it feels like a financial, I'm short a few pennies. Heartwarming is interesting because warming, we're talking about heating bills. There's a lot of financial overtones to this piece here about the aggression towards the... He doesn't want to be aggressive towards the public, look. Neighbours and strangers, friends, nothing short of comforting and heartwarming. Comforting, comfort. Soft, comfort. Not aggressive, not scared of. Soft, not sharp, comfort, neighbours and strangers. Whereas the police, a bit more sharp, a bit more worrisome. I think, and the media, a bit more edgy, a bit more worrisome. I think he's a bit more confident about being able to deal with the public. Because some of them are giving him money, aren't they? So, there's that. Friends, you know who you are, thank you. The people who've read that, and they've said that friends, you know who you are, is a statement of... like secretly, you know who you are, but I'm not going to say who you are. Secret friends, dodgy friends. But I don't see that because you wouldn't say it. You'd say something else like, I don't know, let's say one of my dodgy friends has a Michelin-starred restaurant or something. I'm trying to just invent something random. So I would say like, finally, I'd like to thank Michelle and Gordon or so, allusions to a Michelin-starred restaurant or so, allusions to it that they could understand, a little in-joke, a little nod to them that they would get, but not a statement. You know who you are, not telling anyone else who you are. It's not. I wouldn't do that. Friends, you know who you are. It might even be a bit of a... It's a bit weird, that is. It might even be a bit of a guilty conscience again. Like, you know who you are inside, deep down, don't you? You know who you are deep down inside, don't you? I mean, we all do. Do you, Paul? Friends, I know who I am. Thank you. Our hearts truly break for others who have missing loved ones. On the day you find out that your wife, mother, girlfriend, whatever, you know, daughter is definitely, it is her, that's her. Oh, my heart goes out for the others. Sorry, but on that day, I might want to be a little bit selfish and just say, look, I can't even think about other families going through this shit. Today, I'm broken. My heart's broken for Nicola. And it's almost a shame that you... I could say you've got such a big heart that you've got some love for other people on the day that you're grieving. But on the other side, I could say that fucking... like, it's almost a discredit to her memory to say that on the day that I'm grieving her the most, I'm also thinking of other people. Imagine the Simps donating to Paul and not Super Chuffer. That's right. If you're considering donating to Paul's GoFundMe, then what are you doing? Send me a coffee.com instead. Don't spend that extra £3 at the pub. Give it to me. That was a joke about Bog Geldof and the African... Don't spend that... I want to play that now, but it will get me copyright off. Keep that hope alive. Our hearts truly break for others who have missing love. I think I could do a better job on these last few statements. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get through them, and then I might come back and look at them again in the future. If I reread them and think of something offline, I'll come back to it. But I'm aware of time now as well, because we've got an hour and a half, and I want to get to your questions. Keep that hope alive. Keep that hope alive. Our hearts truly break for others who have missing loved ones. Keep that hope alive. It's a weird statement, isn't it? Because today's the day I found out my missing loved one is actually definitely dead. So if you're missing someone, don't worry, the person you're missing is probably alive. Like, what a weird fucking thing to say. How does that come out of your mouth? How does that come out of your head? Oh, it's the worst day I've ever had in my life. My person who I love most in the world has turned up dead. I've been looking for them, I've been keeping hope, and now they've turned up dead. And I am crushed. I am crushed. You, on the other hand, thumbs up for you. Like, what the fuck? Keep that hope alive. I got another question about this. I'm just going to ask it as a random question. I'm going to say it and it's going to sound weird, but I've come up with some theories that other people haven't. I'm going to come up with another one now, which is through some accident, you've ham-fisted, you've overdone it, and you've damaged Nicola, but she's alive. She's alive. Do you call the police and call the ambulance and get her in the ambulance? Or do you call maybe your friend to come and help you finish the job? Was there a point where you were trying to keep your hope alive? Keep Nicola alive? Maybe you even did preventative measures? Like CPR or something? Maybe someone else. Catherine, I have not seen the mural. No. I'll have to look at that in just a sec. Is it possible? Like, I know people who are like farm people, and if I were to say to them, like, quick, come round, I need your help keeping like this animal alive, let's get it to the vet, they might turn up with the shotgun and say, look, let's just fucking shoot the thing. Like, some people are like that. Some animal people are like that. Keep that hope alive. The hope may die. Like, Emma might turn up and say, you know what, she ain't going to recover from this. But don't worry, you know, Emma Stronghands is here. Emma, take the ball off the dog, don't give a fuck about the dog is here. Emma, I'm a farmer, I'll shoot the fucking animals. Like, out there in the wilds of good old England, There's a whole subset of people. I'm going to make them sound fucking weird here, and fuck them, basically. I'm going to say it. Fuck them. It might be British tradition, it might be this and that, but, like, who are these people that are so rich they want to spend their time murdering animals with shotguns? Like, what the fuck is going on with them? There's a whole subset in our country of people who ride around on horses to brutalise foxes. Like, they're a weird subset of people that don't belong anymore. They're from antiquated history. They go around shooting things. There's people that farm animals, and they don't farm them because they want to keep the animals nice and keep them alive and give them a good life. They farm them because at some point they want to murder them and eat them. Like, when my nan died, I didn't eat her. I'm not into that shit, yeah? So, if you're, like, a country strong in the mind, like, I know a person, bless their soul, who, when their dog got old and like proper old and needed to go to the vet, they didn't want to spend the vet bill, so they just shot it with a shotgun. And it sounds fucking horrific, but it's not the most horrific thing that's ever happened in the world. I'll tell you that. Farmers do shit. Farmers do shit. So Emma could, like, okay, I'm raising a different idea now. Something's happened. We've had a row. It's gone wrong. I'm keeping that hope alive for Nicola, and someone has to come round and sort of, you know, end it. And they think that they're doing, we're good people, we are resonating that idea that we're good people, that Paul said, having to do a bad thing because we're good people. We don't want Nicola to suffer anymore. That statement is so fucking weird after the announcement of your... Like, they've come out to speak about... Well, they haven't come out, they've sent a statement so it can be read out on the day that you found out for sure, not for guessing, not for hoping, not for all this, for sure that Nicola is dead. Keep that hope alive. What is that alluding to? Our hearts truly break for others who have missing loved ones. It's such a fake statement. I'm such a nice person that I don't care so much about myself. Honestly, I'm so charitable that on this day, I'm thinking of you. Like, get off. Get off. Finally, Nikki. Not Nicola. Is this the first time he's addressed her as well? It's the first time... Yeah, I know, she was addressed here. We'll never be able to comprehend what Nikki had gone through in her last moments. I mean, I think they called her Nikki a lot more. I do think they did. I've got evidence that I'm not going to bring up that they called her Nikki. I know that. I've seen it. There are some things... I'll tell you something as well, chuffers. I'll tell you what, you chuffers. I'm not going to do this on the internet, but Nicola Bulley's Twitter is still out there. And people... Like, I have been on her Twitter and read a lot of the stuff that she's posted. She hasn't posted a lot. I've then looked at the people she liked and she was friends with. I've looked into her character and the things that she believed. I'm not going to do that on the internet. I think that is a step too far. I think it is a step too far. But it is out there. So I do believe that Nikki... And I'll say something before I get on it more. I'm not going to say what her opinions were and stuff like that, because I'm not, you know, like I said, I think it's a bit too far. But what I will say is that even in chat now, we've got people with different political opinions to each other, to me. Some people yesterday believed in spirits, some people didn't. I don't care. Yeah, I've got my ideas and we can talk about them. You know, Brexit that happened, if you wanted to, we could have sat at the pub and had like 10 hours on Brexit. I would have come back the next day for 2 more coffees I would drink. You can have pints if you want, and we'd talk about it even more. We might not even agree. We might have gone and voted different ways. At the end of it all, it's all done now. I don't want to hear about it anymore. I just want to be your friend still. I don't want to lose friends because you had a different idea about something to me. You like red cars, I like blue cars. Right, I can't talk to you anymore. I support Birmingham, you support Villa. Right, fuck you, I'm not having it. We all support England. We're all human. We're all like together. Like, you know, some of us support different countries in the... But you know what I mean? We all watch the World Cup then. It's like there's always something to bring us together. Forget that division. I don't like it. So whether we have different ideas about stuff, that's what makes us beautifully different. Because if we all had the same ideas, we'd all be wearing the same chuffing jazzy shirt today, wouldn't we? We'd all be wearing the same clothes. We'd all be saying the same things. That's not what it's like. So I can accept that that's not what it's like. And I don't have to hate you for your ideas. What you do in life makes a difference. Whether you will spend some time being kind to someone or not. You know, if I see you kicking a dog, we're off. I'm not having that. That's not an idea. That's something you fucking did. We can talk about hunting and we can talk about your opinions and this and that. The minute you start fucking going out and murdering something, I'm going to be like, oh, I don't like this. Let's not be big friends on this one. Can we not? But if I bumped into someone at the pub who'd shot a shotgun on an animal the last 2 weeks, I wouldn't be like, fuck you, get out of the pub. I'd be like, all right, you chuffer, you know, maybe we can find some other common ground some other way. Because we're only ever going to get to, like, shape society if we're talking together. Like, anyway. Yeah, so Nikki had some different ideas to me, I'll say that, but I don't hate her for that in any way. But it did raise some interesting concepts, like maybe Paul and Nikki might not have agreed with each other. Maybe Nikki and some other people in the village might not have agreed with each other. It's not just the Brexit that we've had. There's also been the old COVID, hasn't there? There's been all sorts of things that people didn't agree with each other on. So that's interesting. But knowing that Nikki was referred to as Nikki from those places that I've seen, okay, I'm going to accept that. That's why that came up. Why can't we discuss maybe it was an accident, Mighty Blues? We can, absolutely. The problem is, if it was an accident, then it had to have happened by the river just there, because she had the dog on the phone. She didn't accidentally leave the dog on the river by the dog on the phone by the river, and then accidentally walk up the river for 2 miles, and then accidentally fall in. If it was an accident, she went in right there. And if you went in right there, then you'll just stand up and then get out. Like, there's no one drowning in that bit of water right there, unless you are, like, nodding out or... like, it's got to be an exceptional accident that you die right there. And then if that happens, when they find your dog and the lead and the phone, they also find you because you're just there in the water. You aren't floating off down the weir by then. You're right there in the 2 foot of water. So that's why I think we can talk about it like I just did, but I ain't having it. I don't... Like, if the only thing that I don't think it can be is an accident. Having said that and everything else I just said, that's what I think. You can think what you like. I don't care. Carry on. You know, prove me wrong. That's fine. And I won't hate you. We'll just talk about ideas, and then tomorrow, you know, other ideas, different things. It's fine. You know, if we're discussing football and I think we should play a 4-4-2 and you think we should play a 4-4-3, it's okay. There was a point in my life where I would have argued till the cows come home. Like, some things I'd be like, yes, but the 4-3-3 will absolutely not work with this, and this guy can't play here, and that, or this lady can't run the wing, and we need to change like this. I'm not having it. You know, I'll argue till the cows come home. But after all that, I just still think I'd rather be there talking to the people and having the discussions than, fuck you, I don't have it, you're not, you know. So I'd rather give space and room. And if I'm leading this thing on the internet, I'm certainly not going to be shouting people down. Yeah. Anyway, so finally, Nikki. Finally, we can talk about Nikki directly. We can directly talk to Nikki, finally. So that's a huge red flag. Wah, wah, wah. Up to now, I've not been able to address Nikki directly in my public speech because she's not been found. Only I knew what was happening to her. But finally, I can let it out and talk to Nikki directly. Why didn't I talk to Nikki directly in other media? Why didn't I say, Nikki... Let me get this, actually. I want this to be a bit more where you can see it. I'm just going to shift it over like that so it's a bit... Because I'm doing this. I didn't want Nikki... Like, let's say on day one, she's missing. I come out and say, Nicola, please come home. Which he didn't do, did he? He never did that. He didn't come home and say, you know, Nicola, please come home. Nicola, if you're out there. Nikki, if you're out there. He didn't say that. So finally, he can talk about Nikki directly. At the end of all of this... At the literal end of his statement. At the end of all of it. For Paul, this is the end of all of it. Finally. It's almost relief. Which it would be if he had nothing to do with it. But also, this alludes to the relief of him having to not be able to express himself fully in public and not be able to express what he wanted to toward Nikki, despite the fact that he had every ample opportunity to do so. You are no longer a missing person. You have been found. We can let you rest now. So in reverse order, this is hugely problematic, and this was why I wanted to do this in the first place. We can let you rest now, but we couldn't let you rest last week. We didn't need to let you rest last week because we hoped you were alive. But if you knew she was dead, you would be thinking, we can't let you rest Awkward. We can't have your funeral or anything. We know that you're dead, but we can't let you rest. Got to keep dredging it all up in the media. Got to have all the boats going out. We can't let it rest. Now we found you dead. Now you've turned up. Now that everyone knows you're dead, we can let you rest. That's the sort of language that you would say, like, let's say, like my nan died, right? God help me when I get these mediums on. They're going to say, oh, I've got a message from your nan. Yeah, I'd like to see it. Tell me about someone that I haven't talked about on the internet over and over again because it's been my most recent bereavement. Well, actually, it's not my most recent bereavement, but a recent bereavement. There was a point where she died and she was still at the hospital. And I don't think we could let her rest at that point. We needed to get her back to us. We needed to have the funeral. And it was a real tough one, that was. I spoke at my nan's funeral. I did the eulogy at my nan's funeral. One of the most difficult things that I've had to do in my life, but also something that I wouldn't, I wanted to do. It was important that I did it. Like, there was no way I was not going to do that. Then we could let her rest. And it's hard, and it's really, and it was a hard funeral because there weren't the entire family and all these people. It was a COVID funeral, you know. But, you know, we had to watch that coffin through the curtains and listen to the music and say the words and come together as a family and let her rest. You know, we had to go to the grave and put it in the grave. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about. That's when you can let someone rest. Like, you go through this grieving process and then you feel like you've done the thing, like the funeral, and you can let them rest. No, you found her. She's in the autopsy room. They're counting her teeth. You can let her rest now. You're done with it. You can give it a rest now. No more walking up down the riverbank. No more going out in public pretending to be sad. I can have a rest now. We can let you rest now, Nikki. No, haven't you got to organise a funeral? Haven't you got to, like... Aren't there things that you still have as questions? Nah, she's no longer a missing person. She's been found. We can let her rest. Let you rest now. Talking directly to Nikki. So my problems here, huge problems, is that we can let you rest now implies that we couldn't let you rest last week. Implies that we knew you were dead, but we couldn't let you rest. If I didn't think you were dead last week, I wouldn't be saying this. I'd be saying now we have to start the process of putting you to rest. I've just found out you're dead for definite. So now we can start the process of putting you to rest. The funeral, the grieving. We haven't even been able to grieve yet because I didn't believe she was dead. I didn't allow myself to start grieving on day 3 because I thought she was still alive. I hope I'm out there looking. So you can only let them rest after the funeral is said here in chat, Ellie Cat. It doesn't seem real until then, exactly. But for Paul, it seems fucking real today that the body's come up, and real enough to be, I can move on from it almost. Let the rest is like that sort of statement. I hate that statement there. I don't think it belongs there. I think it implies this, the forensic psychologist that we have on the show that hopefully will be back on Monday. I keep saying it. I'll give him another week if he needs it, of course, because COVID does knock you about. Shouldn't use that language when I'm talking about Paul and Nicola, should I? Sorry. But, yeah, on the lives, we do thus. We've got a forensic psychologist, and Steve of the Dead, my forensic psychologist, friend, my good chuffing friend, my co-host, he said something really interesting in one of the episodes about guilty knowledge. About how if you know something, you know that you're guilty of it, it comes back and it comes out. Guilty knowledge. So we can let you rest now, I believe, has this implicit guilty knowledge that last week we knew you were dead, but we couldn't let you rest. I don't like it. Nikki, you are no... Sorry, excuse me, the chocolate milk repeated on me there. Nikki, you are no longer a missing person. You're dead. Like, what were you when they thought you were a missing person? Dead. Honestly now, like, not even this one, not even being funny, she wasn't a missing person, was she? She was a dead person. But we all thought she was a missing person. We treated it like a missing person, The police treated it like a missing person. God help you if you're the daughters and the partner, you want it to be a missing person and you live in that hope until the confirmation that she's dead. But she was never a missing person. I might say here, Nikki, you were never a missing person. That would make sense. You are no longer a missing person does not make sense because she wasn't. Even if you hoped she was dead. So I'm not having that. You are no longer a missing person means that we don't have to pretend anymore. For 3 weeks you were dead and we had to pretend you were a missing person in the newspapers. Well, we don't have to pretend that anymore. We're not labelling you that anymore. You have been found. Excuse me. You have been found. You've been found out, Paul Ansell. Excuse me blowing my nose, I've got a bit of a bad cold at the moment. You have been found is the language. I would say I'm worried to be found out. I'm worried I get found out, found in that way. You've been found out. There's only one word missing there, out. You've been found. In this context, it relates to missing. You are no longer a missing person, you've been found. We don't have to have both. Let's say you're no longer a missing person and you've been found. They mean the same thing, don't they? So I could have just said, Nikki, we found you. That would have sounded a lot more natural. But instead, you're no longer a missing person. You have been found. It could sound like two elements of the same. It could sound like you weren't missing. I didn't get found out. Two separates there. I should stay in bed with tea, yeah. No, I want to do this. I want to be on the internet for you guys. Like, I'll tell you what as well. I'm not going to be... I'm considering not doing a stream tomorrow. Just taking a break off it. And then at the weekend... I generally don't stream on YouTube at the weekends unless it's really special. I might stream on Twitch as just for fun, playing games. But this is like work in a way to me. So I want to make sure that I give it my best as well. I want to put some effort in, I want to be here doing it. So yeah, I'm a little bit poorly, but it'll be fine. We can let you rest now. So you're no longer missing. You've been found. We can let you rest now. Thank you for thinking of me though. I don't like here as well. There's something else I don't like here. You've been found. You've been found dead. You are no longer a person because you're dead. Like those two sentences could all, those two segments of the sentence could also be removed and reinserted with Nikki, you are dead. In fact, it would read much better to say Nikki, you are dead. Even if it sounds a bit weird the way I'm saying it, listen, Nikki, you're dead. We can let you rest now. Doesn't that sound better? Nikki, you're dead. We can let you rest now. Then, Nikki, you're no longer a missing person. You've been found. We can let you rest now. Like, you've been found is almost like a happy, I found my dog. Oh, I lost my keys. Oh, I found them. Oh, they're dead. Like, what a weird positive little, you've been found. I don't like it at all. There's loads of different ways to read it. I don't like any of them. Even the way it's supposed to be read. Finally is an issue to me. Just to start, finally. We'll turn to... And finally, in other news, Nicola herself. After we've talked about what I think about me, what you think about me, what I think you think about the kids and me, and about the money, finally we can talk about Nicola. Oh, after we talked about slandering her name, and other families having their names slandered and that evil press, finally we can deal with Nikki. Oh, yeah, it does sound terrible, but you do get my point. Good. I don't like it. Yeah. We love you. Always have and always will. We'll take it from here. I don't like we'll take it from here. I hate it. Awful. You have to say we love you. You shouldn't. You should say I love you. always have and always will. Is like, this is that bargaining of, not grief here, but I'm not at fault, I'm not to blame. Oh, I've always loved you, I always will. I might not have been very loving, I might not have shown it, but I always have, I always will. It's like, again, it's that childish, like, I'm not to fault because, well, I always have loved you and I always will. Like, it's almost kind of romantic, in another way as well, right? This is the romantic language of someone who's prepared to leave. I'll always love you, I always will, but I just don't want to be with you. Do you know what I mean? It's that language of someone who is happy to see it as a separating, a parting, and that's qualified by we'll take it from here. So obviously, yes, we're talking about parting and separation, but not anger and anguish. Nicola, I'll always love you, I can't live without you. But Nicola, I'll always love you, bye. Thanks, bye. Happy to, you know, I'll say the words I have to say. I'll write, oh, it's my turn to write in the card now. Always love you, always will, bye. You know, it's just like the cliched language of a separation. And it makes you look better, doesn't it, Paul? Because it makes you look like you're the loving one, you're the kind one. You know, on this day where I'm breaking your heart, I'll always love you. It reminds me of, and I don't want to bring my family's personal business into it too much, you know, but I remember once when my dad left my mum, we came home from school. Like, this is like a real scar on my life this day. We came home from school, mum was in a panic. She brought us home quickly. I knew there was something up. You know, I knew there was something up. And she was checking in the house. Like, it was like, you know, she was looking for my dad. Like, where is he? Is he here? Like, expecting, I think she expected him to be gone when she got home. Like, she sensed it, if you know what I mean. And we weren't party to this as kids. We were like put down in the playroom, or, you know, play with your sister or do whatever. And like, mum's running about like in a bit of a stress, and she found this card on a dressing table which he'd written, and it was all nice things. It was all like, you know, it wasn't like fuck you, I hate you, I want a divorce. It was like, I love you, I always will, but I have to be apart, and all this stuff. And it broke her at that moment. I remember her sitting on the corridor, in the corridor upstairs, crying with this card. And my sister, I remember the card vividly as well. It had all these roses on this woman's hair. And my sister was crying because my mom was crying. She didn't understand fully. She was crying because my mom was crying, and they were both there crying. And I remember like being stood outside it and like looking at it and thinking like, you know, this isn't acceptable. My dad had told me, I think he had in some way prepared me for the fact he was going to leave the family, because he told me that I have to like step up and be a man for the family, you know? So I was seeing this as my first challenge, and I didn't know I was a child, so I couldn't, it's making me cry now. As a child, I didn't know what to do, and I couldn't. So that was a burden to me. Yeah, so that reminds me of that anyway. Like, it's not that you love her so much that you want to stay and work it out. It's that I'll always love you. Sorry it couldn't have worked, you know, but I'm not going to see you anymore. And I'm just going to take all this stuff and leave. So, yeah, if you always love me though, and you always will, why are you doing that? It's just so wrong, isn't it? It's just so wrong. Always love you, always will. You haven't, and oh God, as well, it doesn't mean, it's ridiculous. Of course it's ridiculous. You haven't always loved her. You didn't know her. What were you, together when you were little kids? Oh, I love you. In my primary school, oh, I love you. Then we went to the same secondary school, oh, I love you. No. You met her in some pub, like, you know, 2-3 years ago, and you thought she's a bit all right. And then you had a shag, and then it went a bit further, and then, oh, I love you. I think I might love you. I think you might be the one. Should we get married? Yeah, but not now. Years down the line, maybe. Yeah, I've always loved you so much that I didn't want to get married to you. Get off. You know, get off. Don't worry again in chat, Alexandra. You know, when I describe things that make me feel emotional, I get emotional. And I'm happy with that. That's cool. I've dealt with those emotions, and it doesn't break me. Like, I've worked these things out. I'll be quite happy and openly say I've been to speak to 2 different kinds of counselling. I went to cognitive behavioural therapy for anxiety. Like, I sought out mental health support, and it was a huge boon. Great like support. It did me the world of good. I had to take the advice of other friends in order to do that, actually. For a long while, I didn't do that. For a long while, I just tried to carry these things and deal with them, and I didn't know what was going on. So on the advice of others, I took a leap of faith and a bit of a chance and started talking to people about my feelings, and it was the best thing in the world. So if I didn't feel emotional, that would be the problem. And that's the problem with Paul, isn't it, in his interviews? We don't see that emotion. Yeah, so we love you, always will. We'll take it from here is also problematic because we'll take it now. Give me my children and fuck off. I'll take it from here. No, I see you're doing a good job over there. I see you're doing a good job. Hand me the wheel and fuck off. I'll take it from here. That's what that says, isn't it? We'll take it from here. Not, don't worry, I'll look after your children forever. I'll never let you down. We'll take it from here. And again, it starts with take it. Sorry, it ends with take it. And going up again to the start is, we will never be able to comprehend what she's going through. That will never leave us. Take and leave. Leave and take. Leave and take. Right, it's transactional. Start a GoFundMe for a top private investigator to look into what happened to her. It's an interesting idea. Interesting concept. Why don't you all just pay me now on fucking coffee.com, because I've just told you. Super chuffer! Right. I've done you a textual analysis of what the Lancashire Police released and all that business there. We've closed that window. I'm going to keep this one open in case we read what Jason Dean Rothwell said, but I think we do him on his own episode, because looking at the time now, I think, yeah, we'll close that window as well then. But I'll just copy and paste it into my notepad. Copy that one. Close that one. Paste it into my notepad. We'll come back to Jason the fucking wrong un. We've done today's news. Well, I don't do the. I'm not here to be an aggregator of news. Like, I'm not here to just what I could do is I could just type in Nicola Bulley like this. This is a way to make content, but I'm not doing it. And then go to the news and just read out to you what's been said and not have an opinion on it. That's not me. So I'm not doing that. But what I am more interested in is opinions and ideas. And now we've got some of yours. So let's put this in the centre. Coffee.com, if you want to buy me a coffee, I'll repeat that. We're going to be listening to you chuffers. I'm giving you your voice on my show. And my show does not get monetized because of all the fucking awful things you say. So it does get, I do get, some shows manage to get through monetization, and it's because of the things I say. But yeah, so this is the mailbox. We've had it now for 2 days. It's been open. So the first couple of messages are 2 days old because they never got onto the end of the last show. But we'll listen to them all now, and we'll see what we've got. From now on, though, I'm going to reset this page now, and the mailbox is now closed. So please don't send me any more as of now, because it's filled up quite quick again, you see. So this might take a bit longer than I thought it would. Let's listen to what you've got to say. This is Julie.
Hi, Scott, or Super Chuffer. It's Julie here. Just a quick thing. I noticed the Nicola Bulley case YouTube channel has now changed to, I think it was Creative Media. Like, it's changed its name. Just wondering, could that be Paul?
Personally, I'm not a big fan of the idea that I heard some people say that it could be Paul running a media channel. I don't think it is. I've heard the person that runs the channel talking on their channel. It doesn't sound like Paul, but I don't think it is. I mean, it could, you've got to be open to this. I think we should all be open to this. I'm on the internet. You can see my face. I've had a public serving business before. People in my town can verify who I am. I'm a bit more out in front here, but some other people make media where you don't even know who they are. They never say their name. That's okay too, in a way. Personally, I think we should be accountable online.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Thank you for tippies, Rob.
And then whoosh.
Thank you for tippies. Rob's chipping in with the tippies. Buying me some chippies. I'll be down the fish and chip shop later on. Well, not the fish and chip shop because I don't like the fish, but just the shop. Buying some chippies. Thank you, Rob. The media's a funny thing, right? And being online. In the future, we talk about cyberbullying and all this. I actually think we should be accountable. I think for most online media stuff, and especially if you're going to present ideas in public like this on YouTube and stuff like that, you should have your real name at the back of it somewhere. So even if I'm not presenting it to the public, it can be found and I can be held accountable. I think that's important. I think if you start a YouTube channel, you're supposed to put your proper details in. You don't you don't necessarily have to. You can have a fake email or whatever, can't you? But yeah, really interesting point. Personally, no, I don't think it is Paul doing that. I think Paul's got too much on his hands, and also it's showing too many evidences that might make him look bad. So I'm not sure it's Paul doing that. Also, yeah, I did email Curtis Media.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Swish.
I don't want to show you necessarily. I think I can actually. They've public. Yeah, I can show you this. Look, they put their email public, and they haven't said anything weird here. So, look, I've said you want to do an interview. This is the actual emails that I've sent. So no hiding this. But and again, I'm not revealing their personal stuff in public because I wouldn't. But all they've said is hi, possibly when. So their email address is public. So I've emailed them. When are you available? I've said I can do evenings if it's easier. So I'm waiting for them to get back to me. I hope they do. I really hope they do, because I'll get them on the show and we can ask them all these questions. The questions I've asked them to think about is, are you a journalist, investigator, YouTuber? Why did you start a channel days before Nicola went missing? What prompted you to start making videos about Nicola? What kind of response did you get in your first videos? What was it like turning up on the scene? What's your scariest moment? What kind of police presence has there been? Have you been treated well by the police? What do the public react? The mainstream media, overview of the case, the number on the bench and whether you think about Masons or not. Do you still feel obliged to cover the case? What are you going to do in the future? That's my sort of line of questioning there. So if they want to do the interview, I'll make it clear that they do, and we'll set up a thumbnail, and we'll do it as a live. That's the plan for that. So I just wanted to get that out there. And I did think we got another tippy then, didn't we, while I was saying that? You're talking to each other in chat there now as well, which is fine. It's fine talking to each other in chat. You don't need me. You don't need me. Just talk to each other. Lady Lynx bought me a coffee. Loves the community. That's fine. Yeah. Oh, that's all right. All right. Well, I'll take this tippy and I'll share it out amongst all of you chuffers then, shall I? No, it's me that you love. Not the community's one thing. That's all of you chuffers. I'm the important one. No, I do love the community. I think it's really good. And like I've said, I'm not going to be heavy on the moderation of chat unless people are clearly chuffers. I love all your different ideas. I don't agree with them all, but I love them, and I love you people for having them and making this show is happening. We're doing this together, really, aren't we? If I was just speaking to the void on my own, it wouldn't be quite so fun. This is Julie.
Hi Chuffers, Julie again. Just quickly, I just noticed that it's not Creative Media, Curtis Media was created 2 days before the report of Nicola going missing.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know, could this be some kind of bigger operation to root out? Maybe it was a copper that's done this. I can't stop, every time I think in my head, right, I think I put it to bed. Then it's like more little. Ignore my dog in the background. He's just been for a walk. Yeah, I'm sorry if you've already discussed this already, but
no, it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, it's just look, maybe that kind of media, whatever it is, they just all seem to be quite big smiles on their face. Yeah.
Yeah, the mainstream media got big smiles because they're having a good time. They don't feel the same way as we do. They turn up to all the different murders. It's a day job for them. They're thinking more about whether their eyebrows are plucked perfectly and they've got looking good on the camera, and the producers thinking about, they've got other things that they're thinking about. Whereas for us, it seems a bit more raw and real. 2 tippies coming in there. Roman J on the super chats. I think that's Australian dollars. Thank you very much. I'll probably have to save them up till I ever go to Australia because... No, I think the Google will translate them to English for me when they pay me. But thanks for the Australian money. I'll never be able to spend it unless I go to Australia. Good job with the follow-up. Nicola Bulley case has bugged me. It's got red flags, and I think one of the things that stands out is that most of us intuitively feel there's something wrong, and that's why we're looking for these answers. Sylvia bought me a coffee. I used to know a lovely lady called Sylvia whose hair I used to do. I doubt this is the same one, but Sylvia, I used to know a lovely lady called Sylvia who bought... whose hair I used to do. She's dropped me six nuggets, 6 of those golden nuggets. Thank you. That's really appreciated. And we are also saying, yeah, is that YouTube channel sus for starting 2 days before? I'll tell you a couple of things. One, if I started a YouTube channel 2 days before the Nicola Bulley case and all I talked about was bloody spirograph or... why am I using spirograph? Kids today don't know what spirograph is. Or if I talked about... I made a channel for Slinkies, all my favourite Slinkies, then no one would know about it. We wouldn't be talking about it. It would just be boring and gone in the bin. On that day, there were probably 1,000 YouTube channels created. and you probably don't hear about any of them because they're just doing random shit. But the one that decided to go and... I've started a YouTube channel because I want to cover crime. Right. And then 2 days later, there's a big crime. Okay, I'm going to go there and cover that one then. Like, that makes sense that could happen. Like, there's a lot of true crime channels out there. There's new ones starting all the time. And then there's a big crime. So 2 and 2 together, you see this channel. This channel rises in the algorithm. And people say, oh, it's weird. They only started 2 days ago. But you're seeing it. So it's weird to you. If you weren't seeing it, it wouldn't be weird to you. So I think it's a bit of our human fallacy there that we like see a bit of evidence that is a coincidence more than, and not such a coincidence, because the reason you're seeing it is they started the channel recently and straight out covered the Nicola Bulley case. That's the first thing they wanted to go. And so YouTube sees a new channel and it sees that it's connected to this popular thing that's happening and it pushes it up. If you've been doing a channel for 5-10 years and you start covering the Nicola Bulley case and all my other videos have been about colouring in, YouTube's going to say, hang on, what's this weird video you're doing here that's not about colouring in? I don't know whether we should suggest that. And besides, all your other videos are about colouring in. So people don't want this channel as part of the Nicola Bulley coverage. Let's keep it separate. Like, it's part of the algorithm, I think. So there's that. Apparently, you were saying in chat about where he lives. I think he said that on his videos. I've heard him say it on his videos, but I'm not going to make a big thing of it. Someone retracted a message in chat. You don't have to do that unless I tell you, but you did, so I don't know what it said. But I'd like to see a spirit guide communicating with you via spirograph. I'm feeling very floral. I'm feeling very floral. It looks like a flower. I'm feeling very floral. Yeah. And then the other thing about whether it's a policeman, I would think possibly that's an interesting angle. Is there something that the police can't express, so they're using another avenue to express it? The only problem with that is that the person that's made the channel seems to be quite busy making the channel and not have many days off for being a policeman. So maybe not, but maybe connected in some way to law and order enforcement in some way, because they've got this affinity to they're doing similar things to the police in that they're turning up on the scene, they're trying to find the answers, and they're covering the topics. So maybe it's that. The only way for us to ever find out is if Curtis Media would like to come forward and talk and be. I don't have to put their face on the. It's not, doesn't have to be like this is where they live and come around their house. But if they want to stop, I think important for them is they could stop all this conspiracy idea just by telling people what's straight up and what it is, and then we'll all go, oh right, okay, I see, and that's fine. Yeah. Vicky next.
Hi, Scott. Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, thanks for your refreshing content. It's really another sort of slant on all the seriousness, all the death and destruction. I'm so happy to have found your channel. Excuse Barry in the background. Barry is my bot. He hoovers and he got stuck at Tuesday, not Wednesday. So, yeah, everything's cool and all the best. Take care. Bye.
I don't think there was a question in that. I think it was just supportive. Hello, Barry the bot. I think it'd be nice to have a bot that does the hoovering. That would be nice. Living in the modern world now, aren't we? Got a robot to do your hoovering. God, to tell you what, hoovering's one of the worst ones for me. It's the sound of it. I don't like the noise. Not a big fan of the hoover. Maybe I was a dog in a former life.
It's raining again.
Tippies.
I couldn't be happier.
Swish and then
Whoosh! I might change that tippy sound in the future. So if anyone's got any ideas about what they want to hear when the tippies go off, I might start making my own sound mix collages, and we can have new sounds as well. So that's all open to discussion. Thank you for your enthusiasm and dedication, you little chuffer. That's it. I bet a load of you now are going to be going out into the world and calling each other chuffers and calling other people chuffers. And it's not my word. I didn't invent it. But if it catches on big style, I want some kudos. Funky82. I want some street cred. Thank you, Funky82, for buying me a coffee. Good channel. I want some street cred for the word chuffer. You're going to hear these rappers. Next thing you know, you're going to have like Pink Diddy and Puffy, Puff Chuffy, Puff Chuff Daddy, Chuff Diddy, and they'll be saying, oh, you chuffers. Fuck you, chuffers, in their raps, and you'll know where it came from. They won't say fuck you because they'll say chuff you instead. You'll know where it came from. You've been calling your kids chuff. Nice. Yeah. I think that was that message then, yeah? I think that was the message. Yeah, just that one message. Okay. And then, okay, now we're on to this. Now we've got a full page of them here, so I've got a full page to get through. Let's go. This is Mr. T.
Now then, you super chuffer. I hope you're doing alright. Love your channel. Only been on it for a few days. Just been reading an article about a Michael Brooks that went missing 5 years ago near a river.
Thank you, Mr. T. Michael Brooks. That was it, wasn't it? I'm going to put that on here. Michael Brooks River Death. I'm going to put that on there. We might get to it at the end of the episode. It's looking unlikely that we're going to do Paul's red flag second analysis on this episode now. I'll just tell everyone sorry about that. It gives us more to do in the future because we've got quite a big page of messages to get through, so I'd rather stick with the messages now. But we'll look at that as well. So, sorry, carry on, Mr. T. Carry on, Mr. T.
Michael Brooks that went missing 5 years ago near a river, and he was found less than a mile away from when he went missing. 23 days later by 2 dog walkers, and guess who one of the fucking dog walkers were? That Jason fucking whatever it is, Jason Dean Rothwell.
I can hear from your tone of voice that you don't like him.
One of them that found him. I think there's something a bit dodgy here, man.
I think there's something a bit dodgy.
And Paul is a right narcissist. See straight through him. If she committed suicide, it was by his hands. Because of what he is. Thank you very much. Loving your channel. Keep up the good work. Whoa.
Went on my chest there. Whoa. Thank you, Mr. T. One of the interesting things about what Mr. T said there was that he saw straight through Paul. And I think that's part of it. You know, we're talking about sidekicks and stuff in this case. And I think we will have to alight on that at the end of the episode. I will have to try and cover a bit of Jason Dean at the end of the episode. So I've got a point to say about that as well, which I just want to make a note of here on my notepad because it's another important point. Why the media not so? Okay. Yeah, you can see right through Paul. Super chats there, Lucy and Milo. Oh, look at your doggy. Look at your doggy. Doggy gets right at the top of the super chat column there, gets to sit at the top. Thank you, Lucy and Milo, for the £5 super chat. It's lovely. Green's one of my favourite colours as well, so I like that sitting up there like that. It's nice. Yeah, Mr. T could see quite through Paul. Didn't take psychic powers to have that. It takes intuition and a bit of... like, some people are more empaths. Some people are more human empaths. They understand about how people feel. And some, like, God bless us all. You know, some people, like a lovely guy who I used to love, who I used to work with, Isaac, used to say this. He used to say, look, everyone gives David Beckham shit about not being smart and not being, like, clever, yeah, or not being, like, intellectual. But you don't give Stephen Hawking shit about not being good at football, do you? So, like, you can be intellectual and an empath, of course. And I'm not saying Mr. T's not smart. What I'm saying is that there's another kind of smart that's not book smart, like human smart, being able to understand people and reason things intuitively as well. So I think Mr. T's got a bit of that. So thank you, Mr. T, for those interesting comments that have definitely got me demonetised. Paul did it! Right, yeah. No, I say that all the time. Okay, here's Julie.
Hi Scott, it's Julie here. Sorry I missed your live this evening.
That's all right.
Yeah, I come in on the end. So, oh my God, your dog owner.
Little point here. I'm doing this now. It's now 9:30 in the UK. I'm wondering if you would prefer me to all be, you all in chat, you now in chat will probably say, oh, I prefer you to be here later, because you are here later. But what if I did it a bit earlier? Would that be a problem? Because if I do it earlier, the episode is up on YouTube for the whole evening then. You can always tune in. But if I do it later, people couldn't catch it in the mornings. So I thought I might try and come on at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon sometimes. Maybe we do an early one, a late one, an early, you know, maybe we do different ones. But we haven't got anything set in stone about the schedule yet. At the moment, it's just as I sort of feel to do it. But we could tighten that up. You know, I could say Tuesdays are 2 o'clocks and Thursdays are evenings.
Again.
You know, that's totally open to that. Thank you for your tippies. We've got tippies from Lona, or Iona, sorry. Lona, I bet you get that all the time. I'm such a chuffer. Love watching my streams. Thank you, Iona. It's a lovely name, actually. Iona. I don't. She can do what she wants. It's totally up to her. Yeah, carry on, Julie.
So cute. Anyway, I just started to watch a little bit from like the beginning. I've got to about 40 minutes. So I'm not going to carry on watching.
Cool.
Just thought, yeah, this Jason Dean Rothwell, yeah, they don't seem genuine. That's my.
I don't know why you didn't want to watch any more, Julie. Is it because I put you off by my continual comedic? You know, I wondered whether I was a bit puerile and a bit childish. So I hope I don't put people off for that. Sometimes I can be a bit of a comedic menace. But maybe it's because you didn't like the subject content and the person I was looking at. Hopefully it's not put you off for life.
Gut instinct, anyway. And like yourself, I was a bit shocked when our matey, what was his name? Tony Swindle, with the pointy finger. That made me jump a little bit. But anyway, yeah. It'd be really cool if you could can you let me know if you do get creative media on your channel live?
Will do.
I've got a couple of questions I really like to ask. So maybe you could ping me somehow. Maybe I see you've started following me on Twits. I don't really post much on there. But if you could, I've gone over 90 seconds now. Anyway. Yeah, if you could let me know, like when they're on, or like contact me. I've got some questions I'd like to ask them. Just
okay.
For my own sanity. Okay, thank you. Bye.
No problem. Yeah, if I do manage to if Curtis decides to ascend to an interview, you know, if he decides to, I don't know if that's the right word. Again, I'm trying to use clever words. I shouldn't do that. If Curtis decides to come on, then I will make it very clear, hopefully in advance, and everyone can forward their questions on, and I can give them to him. I'd like him to not feel like he's being hoodwinked or hijacked. I'd like to be very transparent. So yeah, we'll get your questions together in advance for that. Thanks. And yeah, she spotted Tony Swindles and his pointy fingers. We were talking about that on yesterday's live, weren't we? I'd love to do some more on Tony Swindles. Okay, so now we're getting to the messages that started 4 hours ago. So these are more recent. This is Kilted.
Hi,
oh wait,
Chopper.
Sorry, you were saying in chat as well. I'm up against Man United at the moment. White Owl saying, so it is tough for a streamer. Bear in mind, you know, I'm only me on my own at home with a computer, and I'm up against the mainstream media, organised sport, like news and public events. Like if you have the Olympics on, I imagine you probably want to watch the 100-metre sprint rather than watching me chuff on about it. So I am up against it here. You know, I'm trying to do my best. So I appreciate, you know, if you would rather watch Man United, then thank God this is always here for you. You can come back to it and watch it later. But if you want to be part of the chat and live, you have to do it. You have to be here. So Man United can't read your chat. You know, Man United aren't, I wanted to say Alex Ferguson, but it's not Alex Ferguson anymore, is it? But Man United aren't, you know, reading your messages in chat as they come through. They certainly don't need your tippies. So fuck Man United. Watch this instead. This is Kilted. Sorry. Kilted. I'll give you the benefit of rewinding you. Let's go.
I've just been thinking with Paul and the drugs allegations around him. Do you think he was in huge debt to a dealer, and that's why he's put out these unbelievable GoFundMe amounts? Thanks, bye. Okay,
so now I have to tell this story about when I was in debt to a dealer, which is fucking... I can't let it go. I'm going to have to tell you my story. Once upon a time, Scotty Hottie, when he was at college, thought he was a pretty... Well, he didn't think he was pretty anything. He just, like, he wanted to smoke loads of weed and he didn't have loads of money. So what he did was, like most people who have done a bit of smoking... I'm not a dealer, right? I'm not a dealer. Never will I be. I can't handle it. I'm not very good at it. Right? But this guy said to me, do you want an ounce of this marijuana? And I was like, yes, I fucking do. That sounds lovely. And he was like, well, how about I give you 9 of them and you sell 8 of them and you keep the one that you... And I was like, well, okay. I mean, I do know lots of people that smoke marijuana and I buy it all the time, but I'm not a dealer, so I don't really know. I suppose I could give it a go. And he was like, you know, don't worry, I'll give it you for free. And then once you've had it, you just come back to me in a couple of weeks.
Raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Getting the tippies now. Tippies, Man United don't need your tippies, I do. Great channel, love being part of it in the community. Thank you. Let Audit in Heels. It's an interesting name. Yeah, so I got this big bag of stuff, and it wasn't as much as I thought it was going to be, and it turned out right. He'd obviously been growing it, this chuffer, and what he'd done is he'd cut it down and it was still wet and it wasn't properly prepared. So I had a problem now. I had this bag of stuff and I was trying to sell it to people. They didn't want it. I didn't want it very much. It wasn't as good as I'd hoped. Like, I went back to him after about a week and I was like, I've still got this bag of stuff and it's pretty much rubbish. So what do you want me to do? And he was like, if you don't give me the money, I'm going to kick your head in. I was like, no, don't. I was only about like 15 or 16. No, wait, I could drive. I must have been 18. I must have been 18 when I did this because I could drive. I'd only got my very first car, little Rover Metro, little mini Metro, and little Rover Metro. And the fucker, like, it took me 2 weeks of hard graft trying to get rid of this shit. And I couldn't get rid of it. And in the end, I had to scrape up every penny I could. I had to go and work. I was working in a restaurant part-time as a waiter. You know, I had to go to extra shifts to try and pay for these crappy drugs that I didn't want. And then it turned out, right, that I'd got this big wad of cash. Like, I was under, but I'd still got this rubbish stuff. So I'd got what he wanted mainly, like big rubbish bag and like hundreds of pounds. And like, I got this stuff and he turned up at the college that I was going to. Like, he didn't go to the college. He was like a grown up, like slightly older person. And he turned up with this other fucker, right? This guy who was like a big chuffer with a beard and like a nutter. Turned up with a nutter. So I'm in my car counting out the money because I'm expecting him. And he turns up with this nutter. And I'm like, fucking hell. So I open the window just a little bit and I poke the money out. And I'm like, I've got the money, but I've only got this amount. And he's like, take it out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. I'm going to beat you up. And I was like, fuck this, man. I don't want to get beaten up by this chuffer. So I wound the window down a little bit more and I threw all the money out like that. And all the money went everywhere, didn't it? And so the two of them had to start picking up the money. And I'm in there like, please start. You know, and I got out of there. You know, I got out of there.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Swish, and then whoosh.
Kenny Walker, how'd you get on here and talk? Kenny Walker, sadly today the phone-in is closed because I've got too many messages now. But in future, there will be more chances. So stick around. There'll be more chances. Don't worry. But I have to close it at some point because we will never finish the show. So that's my story about drug debt anyway. Don't get into it. Don't have the fucking nutters coming around your house looking for you. Do never take more than... I learned that. I'm never doing it again. Never take more than you can afford. Pay it on the day. Don't, like... You know, that goes for everything in life, as far as I'm concerned. I don't want to be in debt, so I'm not into that. But I do take this point Kilted made about could Paul have been in trouble with drug debt. If you are, much the same as my story, right... They're around your house. They're taking you out in the fields and doing something with you. You don't get, like, when you're talking about bigger amounts, when you're talking about other drugs, when you're talking about the powders, when you're talking about the people that shift them around, and I'm not going to say who they are because I know I've got a extensive background in being a bit of a street chuffer. Not really, but I'm not like, you know, I'm not living up some tower block, like, you know, living the grind with a pistol and and all that. I'm not doing that, but I've been around. I've been up. I've seen it. I've been in and out. You know, I know. So when you're on this higher end, if you owe people for a big amount and it's that powder and stuff like that, you ain't. There's no being in the news and messing about and stuff like that. You disappeared. You don't have choices about it. So I think maybe not so much in that. They don't give you like an extra 6 weeks so you can sell your house or anything like that. They just do you. So I think no to that because I don't think you would have the grace of the time and, you know, they're not going to wait for his insurance to come through or anything like that. They'll be round there breaking windows. So I'm going to say no based on that, but I don't know. Yeah. Next one. Okay, I worry about these because, like I said, these have come in and usually I would vet these actually and like listen to them in advance, but I'm trusting you, chuffers. This one's from someone called Nutjob.
Super Juffer Juff, Super Juffer Juff, Super Juff, yeah, yeah. Super Juffer Juff, Super Juffer Juff, Super Juff, yeah, yeah. Anyway, right, hey up.
Hey up.
I've got bugger all to say about Nicola Bulley because I think we kind of exhausted it really. But I just want to say hi and so hi.
Hi. Okay, I don't have to react to that. I can just move on. What I might have to do is I might have to download that somehow and make that the sound for when I get tippies. Is that our logo now? Is that our intro? If anyone else wants to make me an intro song, if anyone wants to, you know, I'm open to it. That's fine. I will play them at the start of the episodes. I'm going to find a way to download that and put it on. Thank you. George Chapman. Actually, I will just, from now on, I'm just going to say people's first names, but you did write your whole name there, so sorry, George, that I said it, but you wrote it. People don't have to send me their emails and their full names if they want. I just read it automatically. Sorry, George. I'll just say George, but yeah.
Hey, super tough. That's me, Georgie.
George.
Just filling in a bit of news. I didn't know if you know, but they've had to identify you on a dental records. So that rules out I've been in the water for ages, doesn't it, mate? Can you explain to me, having to look at our dental records if the water preserves our body? Just share this with all the viewers on there as well.
Yeah.
Cheers, mate.
I like George. Common sense talking from up the old Newcastle way. And like I said last time, the people up Newcastle way, they're not taking a load of shit and messing about, like I was saying about wanting to say things as they are, plain English talk, make yourself clear, make it, that's the way they are up there, I believe. Good people, you can take, you can trust the people at their word more often than not around that way, I believe. So good people. And yeah, so the dental records thing, I'm not an expert, but I did read that if you had been in the water, it would preserve you. Cold water acts like refrigeration. And the other aspects of Nicola's case, where she was wearing particular clothing, she had particular, physical features, hair, maybe even she had the car keys. I'm surprised it's the dental records that is but maybe it's the defining aspect. They're saying in chat that water bloats you, and she may have been got at by fish. I don't know if that river's got so many, they're described as, again, it's a big word, isn't it? It's, I learned it the other day. Like for bottom feeders and stuff. Detritivores, like carnivores, detritivores. They feed off the detritus. They're saying bloated in chat. That's what they're saying. So I'm not an expert, but I take the point, and I think it's really interesting. Hopefully the coroner will be doing a really good job on that, and it's not going to be swept under the carpet. Maybe my only other thing I could say there, George, is that maybe for legal reasons you could say, well, it looks a bit like Nikki. She's wearing the right shoes, but we'll do the dental records and we'll make certain. Maybe they do that to make certain. Look up pictures of victims. They look awful. And I don't really want to do that, Sarah. I get your point, Sarah, but I don't want to, so I won't. I'm not looking at any pictures of people who've been in the river for weeks now. Yeah. Someone's asked in chat there, hypothetical, if Paul has an intimate relationship with one important person at Lancashire Police. I mean, there is this question mark as well hanging over this whole thing, that the Lancashire Police being underfunded, I'm not saying they're awful, I'm saying they don't have enough money to do their job, so it makes it it makes, if you're in a public service and you're not getting funded and supported, then you can't do it. So you do your best and that's not good enough, and then people say you're not doing enough, you're not doing your best, but you're just trying your hardest. So I think some ways the police have that, and in other ways it becomes this culture of, all right, okay, we don't want this to be a murder, it'd be easier if it wasn't, and we don't have the money to investigate it, so let's just say it's missing persons. And it becomes this culture of not just cover up, but helping each other out because you're in a difficult, like, I'm going to help out the police. Like the autopsy people might say, well, I know the police are in a difficult position, I don't want to make them look bad, so I feel like helping them out. It might be that as well. So yeah, interesting ideas. Pike do have pointy teeth. Yeah, I think they're more aren't pike predators. I might be wrong there. Like predators don't scavenge off, well, they do scavenge, but this is getting a bit grim now, but I think with corpses, if you're in the sea, you're going to be gone in a week, because there's like a collection of like crabs and like things that literally feed off the dead, whereas in the rivers it's less so. I think it takes longer because there's fewer larger creatures that do that. Might be wrong. They're talking about skin slippage as well, which is now beyond the element of gruesome that I want while I'm drinking my chocolate milk. So next, this is George again.
Oh, super tough, I forgot to tell you, it's me, Georgie, again. The man with the camera, I found out who he is. It's Emma's ex-husband. When he was walking past, the van.
Right.
I froze it and zoomed in, got a glimpse of his face, and then someone come on the internet and I had a look. And this man popped up with Emma's ex-husband. And I got chills up my body and everything. It looks just like him.
Ooh.
Even the quiff on the top of his head and everything. No, it sounds a little bit dodgy, mate.
Okay. I'm impressed.
Right, cheers. Thank you.
Thank you, George. I'm impressed. That's a very agile mind to think of that, seeing the guy's reflection in the video and then cross-referencing it on the internet. Of course, in my position, I'm not able to say that's correct. It's not factual evidence that I have, but George, I think, is doing interesting work there. George, you should start your own YouTube channel, mate. You know, that sounds like a little YouTube video. These are my findings. And I know that not everyone thinks they can, but these days on your phone and different things, or if you know someone that's got a bit more skill at using a phone or a camera, get them to help you. Like, you do one part, they do the other. Or these days as well, even if you get started just with your video screen and you talking, and you get started like that and build up and start learning more bits and pieces about YouTube, and that's how you go. There's a lot of people on YouTube that are just talking heads, that just say what they've found out, and you could, show the people. I think that's a good start for it. I think you've got enough about you there, George, to be creating your own media, because I didn't think of that. Really interesting stuff. We will have to look into it. Again, the way this is set now, we're doing the recording show, so I can't really open up. I could open up the videos and go, I'll probably do that in my free time and have a look. And I'll probably go through the same sort of process as George has advised we do. And of course, you in chat can do the same. I will also say, if Curtis Media is listening to this and they're thinking, God, these people think I'm someone I'm not, come forward and we'll talk to you. And then that's all under the bridge then. It's all sorted. But the more that there's mystery around it, the more people will question it. But if it does turn out to be Emma's ex-husband, that would be very interesting, wouldn't it? That would be very interesting. I'll tell you something else as well. The Fitbit went missing. The Fitbit, they didn't go missing. The Fitbit went offline 2 days before Nicola went missing. And it does raise the question, did anything happen to Nicola a little bit earlier than we are being told? Is that timeline of events 2 days slightly off? The 2 canoes found in the field where she was found is an interesting one, Flirty Girl, yeah. I find it difficult to try and tie those in, because surely the police would have been able to swab them for DNA. And if you are carrying a canoe with a body in it, then you're probably going to be seen. It might be easier to drag a body around, but a canoe's not easy to get a body into. It would look like there was someone sitting in the canoe while you were dragging it around. It looked weird. It's more likely to me that someone wants to be over the river quick. Someone wants, there's no bridge there necessarily, but someone wants to be able to cross that river quick. Maybe it's someone's route to the pub. Maybe it's someone's route to the pheasant shoot or the hare trap or whatever it is. Maybe someone local bobs across that river. I think less likely it's to be moving a body, but interesting idea. Is George saying Emma's ex-husband or Nicola's? I think she was saying Emma's. He was saying Emma's. Yeah, and other ideas that go deeper, like K-Rob, you're saying there, I can't, I don't know about that, and I can't comment on that, I guess. I have to take a lot of this stuff at relatively face value, because if we go too deep into a conspiracy where I've got literally no evidence for it, it just becomes a bit wild and I could go anywhere. So I'm trying to just deal with the things that I can see, the things that I can know, and then everything I can infer from that. This is Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson called us before and was one of our favourites. So, Mr. Wilson.
Hi, Super Chaffer. It's Mr. Wilson. Yeah, I was on the live the other night. I sent you a recording, and I'm just back again to touch on a few things. Well, basically, I saw a video on YouTube by Curtis Media. If you've not seen him, then look him up. And he was saying the police was digging a hole, planting a remembrance tree for Nikki. He said, why are you planting a tree when they should be looking for her? Now, keep in mind at the time that they didn't discover the body. So, instead of looking for her, still keeping in mind and hoping that she's still alive, they were planting a remembrance tree. And their response was, well, she's in the river. And I was thinking, it was like they gave up searching for her already at that point. And they're saying the public and the media needs to back off. But if we don't do stuff like this, the police isn't doing much. So does that mean they're just going to give up and just assume she fell in when we think different?
Mr. Wilson sent me another one, but I'll just deal with this quickly. Well, yeah, this is the Curtis Media channel. There are interesting videos on it. I respect the idea that someone has taken it upon themselves to go and record on film evidence and goings on, and they seem to be quite respectful at the scene as well. Like, I don't see that, like, people saying, oh, this vile social media and this is a person with an interest and the ability and a camera, and you know, that's what journalism is at the start and the root, and then hopefully they might develop, and maybe some of the finer points of the ethics of journalism can be shared and understood, maybe, and like, journalists have, like, yeah, there's like journalistic integrity, isn't there? So maybe we're not held to the same account on the internet, but could be. So this is someone that could become, in my opinion, a, you know, like a real, I believe Curtis Media could become, like, this, from this nascent start point, could become a taken seriously investigative journalist of note. Why not? We've all got it in us to do something with our lives, and to think that people can turn up there and try their hardest to, you know, create media, to do a job of work, to share these ideas, and that they would then be like, oh, you know, shut them down or poo them off, or, you know, whatever. I don't like that. And also, I'm a bit worried about all these different conspiracy ideas regarding it, because I don't know anything about them, so I'm loath to sort of put ideas onto Curtis Media that I don't have. I'd rather they would to come forward and talk to us and, you know, share who... They don't have to tell me where they live and, like, you know, what their house looks like or any of that, but by being on an interview, we get a much more real sense of them being a genuine investigative reporter, and that's fine. That's okay. So that's this. I've not seen the thing about planting the tree, but the aspect of the police giving up, I think when it's a missing person, there's only so much they're required to do. I think if it was a murder investigation, then I think they would have to do a lot more. But with a missing person, I think the police are, like, think about how many people go missing. Think about how limited their powers are. Once we've done the search, and once we put up the poster, and we've reported you on our system, that's it. Unless someone's going to come forward and give us another lead, we're just going to go home. We did the search. What do you want from us? So I believe the police, like, in a way, seem to be very blasé and not be doing enough, like you said. And, like, this idea that they're planting the memory tree and all this, these yellow things seemed a bit strange, didn't they, in a way? Like, almost like memorialising her before anyone was known. But, yeah, I think that was all a little bit soon. I think maybe from the police end, they might say, well, every time we investigate one of these cases, we pull them out of the river. So we're planting a tree because we fucking sure it is. But it might have been a bit crass and a bit soon, even though I'm doing all these videos a bit crass and a bit soon. They initially said it was an accident, didn't they? Yeah. I think for them, it would be easier if it was. And they don't want all this other shit going on. So that's what they've said. But... yeah, I find it a little bit sad that they haven't done more. And it did raise the issue to me that if she was in the river, and we're led to believe that she was recovered from the river, therefore she was always in the river, and people are online saying, yeah, they haven't found her though because of the tidal, and because the river and the tidal. Well, in that case, if I was searching for her, I'd say, right, yeah, well, with the tidal, she could be all the way up there. So let's search up there as well. Like, I wouldn't have said, oh, well, because of the tidal, I can't be bothered. I'd have said, because of the tidal, we need to work harder and do more. So there is that as well. People are saying, chat there, Buzz the Cat saying the police buying time. Yeah, because eventually she turns up. You don't have to do your job, do you? But yeah, I think that. Let's get on. Mr. Wilson sent us another one.
Hi, Super Chuffer. It's Mr. Wilson here again. Just to fit in a few things that I didn't get to fit in. So, as I mentioned in the previous voice recording, why was the police planting a remembrance tree for Nikki and they didn't even know she was dead? Then once again, they just assumed that she was in the water. It's like they are too lazy to even bother. I mean, I'm 65 years old. I'm an oldie, a golden oldie now. So in all my years, I've never seen such poor police work. It's disgraceful. I'm going to use your words now. They're just bloody chuffers. That's what they are. They're not, and I mean, if I was in Paul's shoes, or Emma, the friend, I'd say I'd want people like the social media and other people to do as much as they can to find out what really happened. I couldn't rest if one of my loved ones went out like this and never came home. I'd want to know what happened. So there could be suspiciousness there with Paul. He doesn't want to dig deeper, do he? He doesn't want people or the social media to dig too deep.
Very true, Mr. Wilson. Very true. Hear, hear. I think people would want more support, more help, more people out there looking. I think it was very strange. And as he said today in the quote, finally, Nikki can be laid to rest and we can just fucking shut up now. We love you. We'll always have and always will. We'll take it from here. So we'll take it from here, again, implying that you can shut up now, isn't it? So, yeah, I don't think Paul did want the same. I think he wanted something, but not this. And he's not in control of it. So, yeah, it is all very, very strange. And Mr. Wilson, I totally agree. If my loved ones were out there, I would be out there still. I don't think... yeah. Yes, I agree. I agree with Mr. Wilson there. Mr. Wilson, second time calling, and second time I'm in total agreement. Dougie.
Hi, Dougie. Dougie here. Yeah, all this publicity about they don't want the social media on here and saying all like stuff about them and that. I mean, and they don't mind taking our money. I mean, they're trying to raise money. I mean, at the end of the day, I think Paul's bullying Emma, and it's an escape route. Yes, that's what I think. And I think to myself that, look, they've been in the woods a few times, Paul and Emma, you know, doing stuff. That's what I think. And when I see her on there, I thought, oh my Lord, she's a man killer. And you know, I think they got together, and I think they've done her through crimes. What do you think, Nookie?
I like that. They've done it through crimes. Dougie, I like the way you talk. Very interesting character, I think, Dougie. I don't know you, of course. I've just heard your voice, but I'm intrigued. You seem a very interesting character, Dougie, and I like your ideas there. Yes, I'm on that. I'd say they're balling Emma in the woods as well. Balling Emma in the woods. Yes, I think so. I get a bad vibe from her. And people also said about the sister, and I was like, oh, it could be Emma or the sister, but he could be playing both. And I'll tell you something else with Emma. Super chatter there, Roman J. Are we supposed to forget about the fisherman in the van? Okay, I will. I'll say that after I've said this about what Dougie was saying, balling in the woods and Emma and that. The kind of person that's, like you said, she was a man killer. Like the kind of person that's like, also on the other side, a womanizer, is the kind of person that might do it to more than one. You know, you can't trust these people just because they're on your team today. They might be on someone else's team tomorrow. So I worry whether Paul was maybe, you know, had the sister on the go and Emma in some way, you know, maybe was a bit behind the scenes in other ways. And I also worry whether Emma was playing Nikki off against, like, you know, Emma could, to Nikki's face, be her best friend and always around the house, and Nikki doesn't really know that she's round the back of her with her husband. You know, maybe it could have been almost in Nikki's face, almost, you know, maybe Emma could be playing her in that way. Yeah, I find those very troubling aspects of it. Roman J asked, are we supposed to get about the fisherman in the van? So the fisherman, I don't know about, right? I think I haven't, all I've heard is this report about it, but I haven't had any actual confirmation too heavy to know what I should think about it. So I think I want to look into it more deeply. But from what I'd seen in the reports, like, there are going to be times where people go out fishing early and then they're off, and that's that. Like, they seem to be leaving the scene before the crime was committed, in my thoughts of it, but I might be wrong. Fishermen sighting Nicola Bulley. Let's see if I can get a thing about the fisherman. Took 2 weeks to question local fishermen. You see, look, the police took 2 weeks to question local fishermen. Could be like a real indictment that they didn't bother to talk to them. But it could be that if you live around that way and you know, like, these two old buggers are always out there fishing in the morning and they're known for it, and they're in the pub in the evening, like, you know, telling tales about which one they caught every day, like, you just write them off straight away. You'd say, like, they're always out there. Right, you know what I mean? Like, it might be an idea that it might be that they were... It's the morning before, that's it. They were seen the morning before. And they might not be carrying bait or tackle, but if you go to the same fishing spot regularly, you might just leave a bit of kit down there. It might be that you don't take too much. It might be that you're not fishing. It might be all sorts of things, yeah, but it was the morning before. So that's an issue to me, that it feels like, talking of fishing, it feels a bit like a red herring, because there will be people in the country. Like if I go walking my dog, which I do regularly, I routinely, not every day, not all the time, but like once every couple of weeks, we'll see someone else out there doing something countryside-esque, whether it be shooting a gun or walking a dog or going fishing or whatever it is. You know, you do occasionally see this. So the fact that they were there the day before, and that also that they were seen, because if you were trying to be covert and you were trying to do something undercover, you were setting some dodgy trap or something, you wouldn't want to be seen, and you'd be careful not to be seen. So the fact that they were seen also sounds more innocent, either innocent or stupid. So yeah, that's what I think about the fisherman. The van, I'm more open-minded about. I just haven't got enough facts to go on with it. But I feel like it could be in some way related, or at the same time it could be that other red herring at the same time. So I just don't have enough facts about it. In the scene in Eyes Wide Open, Paul's there, a very senior police officer tells him he hates his wife. The police officer says we can get rid of her. Yeah, like maybe in the movies, and Paul did describe it as being like something in the dramas off the telly, didn't he? But I feel with things like that, there are too many moving... I think with crimes like this, you do them yourself, because otherwise you can't be sure you're going to get away with it. And there's also too many moving parts for other... Like, the minute you make a chain of people, they're going to do this for me and they're going to not tell someone else. And there are too many parts, and it becomes more... There's more evidence gets left, more ways of finding. And certainly, if you're going to make a deal with anyone, would you want to make a deal... Would you like to say to a policeman, here's some money to murder my wife, and do that with a policeman? Because then they could just put you in prison for saying what you just said and giving them the money. So, and also, does Paul have that money to spend doing his wife in? Does Paul seem like the person would spend the money doing his wife in? Wouldn't you rather keep the money and just do it yourself? The red van, okay, like it's in chat, but I can't, like, I'll look into it in the future and I'll dig it out, but I don't know if I've got... I don't want to say anything that's not factual evidence that I can't verify and back up, but it might be. I'm not saying it's not, I'm just saying that I haven't done that yet. I go more on what people say in their interviews. That's my vibe. You know, I'm not actually an investigative journalist or a detective. Like, I'm just a chuffer at home. So when someone wants to come on telly and say things, I'll be able to tell you exactly what they said, because they were there saying it. So here's Dougie again.
Dougie here again. Yeah, and I was having going through some videos, and I was watching the one with Emma when she was rubbing the hands and all this. You know, I mean, as we spoke, she do rub her hands a lot. I mean, she looks very nervous, and I mean, you know, she looks capable, don't she?
Yeah.
Suspicious. What do you think, Nicky?
I'll tell you what, I absolutely like the fact that you're right there with the word capable. Capable's the right word. When she was describing what she was saying about the ball with the dog, and she said, well, you know, the dog was pestering for the ball, so no more ball. There was no emotion there. It wasn't like, poor dog, oh, I've got to take its ball off it. She was like, fuck that, ball's gone. Like, she seems... I know these people from my life in the countryside. I'm not living in the countryside, but I grew up in a little village when I was a kid, and like, you know, local pub and the people. I mean, they ran a knackers yard up the road, and like, you know, there was a good example is I remember once, it used to happen quite a lot actually, but I remember one clear time where someone come in the pub and they said, I've just hit a deer, like up outside the village, just hit a deer with the car, and like two fuckers at the bar are like, right, where is it? And they're out the bar, and I was like, where are they going? And like, because I said to my dad, like, are they going to save the deer? Or I was only a kid, and he's like, no, they're going to shoot it. And like, you know, it was like a common thing. You know, animals' life cheap in a way, isn't it? You know, they're going to get up there and shoot that deer. It was weird to me to see them jump off their bar stools and run out, you know, free dinner. But that's what they're like sometimes, isn't it? So people can be brutal, yeah. Charlie.
Hi, my name is Charlie, and I would like to say I've been watching a lot of the YouTube and the Sky News, and to be honestly with you, I think the YouTube channel is much more better than the news, because they're not telling you very much on the news. They're holding quite a lot back. And yes, it does look very suspicious. I mean, the body was found alongside of a road, and the police have searched the river several times, and each time there was no body. I mean, yes, it does look very guilty, and my suspicions would go on Paul and Hammer. They look very guilty to me. And personally, if it were me, if I were the police, I would search their properties.
Yeah, I don't know why they haven't searched the properties there, Charlie. I do agree with that. And the idea about the media not giving you the full story, it seems that they would rather drip feed us one story at a time. One, like, today you're going to learn this line, and then tomorrow we'll give you the next bit, and then tomorrow we'll give you the next bit. And that's 7 days worth of media for us. So we're happy we've done our job for the next week. We can drink in the pub. Instead of on social media, we go deep on everything, and there's more voices and there's more ideas. So yeah, I do think that. I agree. In chat there, I do want to pick up one point. I'm not going to go on about veganism. Okay, I'm not going to go on about it. I am a vegan. And you said wild game is more ethical than factory farm meat. Maybe so, right? But the wild animal that's running around, if you were to be able to just ask it, like, do you want to be shot in the face? They'd probably go, no, probably not. More happy just looking after me little, like, chicks and squirreling around like a squirrel. Don't kill me. Like, if I'm a deer wandering around in the forest, please don't murder me. Overall, it's quite unethical just to murder any of them. That's my feeling. But yeah, now's not the time. I'm not going to go, let's not. But, you know, like, just because it got put in my chat, I have to say it. But because I'll tell you what, as well, being a vegan, if I don't say these things, then I lose out on my vegan card. Because part of the rules of having a vegan card is you have to mention it all the time. You have to bring it up all the time. It's one of your ticks on your vegan card. I'll lose my vegan license if I don't. Sorry. Yeah. So, Charlie, I like your thoughts there. I agree with you. And I do think social media has... I'll tell you what as well, it has more space to do what it's doing in. Like, on the mainstream media, there's this thing called the Newsgate. I don't want to go too deep on this because we're never going to finish the show. But the Newsgate is a sociological idea where... Weird that it's not coming up. Okay, if I put Newsgate sociology... media, so I did do studies in media and sociology at A level. I did. This was really interesting to me. I just want the Newsgate. Gatekeeping in the wake of new media, maybe. Gatekeeping is the process of selecting and then filtering items of media that can be consumed by the audience in a specific time and space. So what the gatekeeper decides what information should move past them to the group. That's the editor, really, isn't it? The Newsgate. So loads of stuff will come up in a day. Someone will go missing. Someone will get hit by a car. Someone will win the lottery. And you've got to decide how many of these stories can fit on the news. And they can't all fit on there. They have to have priority. When the Queen dies, she's on top. Everyone stops. All we talk about is the Queen dying. And all this other stuff still happens, but we just don't put it on the news. The Newsgate's different on different days. In general, you want to be able to sell your media. Like, lots of media are commercial ventures. So you want people to watch it and you want people to see it. We're all beholden to the same sort of struggles, aren't we? Little old me wants you here, chuffing along. I want you here talking. You know, I want you here dipping. You know what I'm saying? But mainstream media, they want your eyes on them. So they have to. So it's the things that go on. It can't just be, this is important, you need to hear it. It also has to be, this is entertaining, you're going to tune in. So there's this funny balance. And that's the Newsgate. And that somebody has to decide. Somebody literally sits in an office and says, I'm the head editor for the BBC News. So I want to see more of this and less of this. And who tells them what to do? Well, hopefully the BBC News, the taxpayer, hopefully. But more often than not, it's, you know, somebody with their own ideas, isn't it? So we have to be careful about that as well. Yeah, the mainstream media, man. The mainstream media. It's a funny old thing. And these days, because of the opening up of social media, because of the egalitarianism, the beautiful thing about it is everyone's got a camera, everyone's got a voice. So no longer do you have to be silent and just say, yeah, it said it on the news. Now you can say, did it say it on the news? I'm not sure, I think this. Or should we be looking at this? Now it's all open field, it's all open season. And the news are suddenly like, oh shit. Like that gatekeeper is like, shit. My gate is like relevant here on my news story, but out on my news station. But out there in the rest of the world, the gates are all open. It's a different world out there. So, yeah, it's a funny dynamic. Yeah, it's a funny dynamic. Ding Lick, aka Big D Sharps.
Very super chuffer. I've just tuned in tonight. I'm a bit late, so apologies if this has already been said or something similar. But I just wanted to get your thoughts on something. I don't live in St Michael's on Wyre, but I live about 15-20 minutes drive away, so I'm not too far.
Right.
And at work and stuff, there's rumours going around. There's people who say they know a friend of a friend of a friend of Nicola. And apparently on the 10th of January, when that welfare check happened, she told him that she was leaving him and that she's arranged a mortgage on a new house. And that's why it kicked off, right? Now, it could be pure bullshit. Right? It's just hearsay, so I'm not asking you to speculate on that. I know you won't want to. There's no facts out there or whatever, but I just want to ask, if that is true, and the person who said that has apparently reported it to the police.
I wanted to say, he's not going to ask me to speculate on it, but now let's speculate on it. Okay, I will.
How is there not more suspicion of Paul? Like, why are the police? They just seem to have completely taken him at his word. Unless they're, really covertly looking into it, and they're just biding the time. But it doesn't feel like that. It just seems to be, nope, he's completely innocent, But like I say, don't live too far away. There's lots of rumours going around about him, and I just want to ask, if it's true and it has been reported, how are they not looking into him more?
Okay, so in two halves. First, I'll take how they're not looking into him more. Regardless of whether that's reported or not, they should be looking into him more. We all think that. I personally get the impression that what happened is they started looking into him and he came forward and gave them what they considered to be a very strong alibi. And so they said, okay, Paulie's not the person, let's look elsewhere. Like, he may have even included Nicola's mental health in this picture that he painted them. Maybe even through that welfare check, they've already made a note of something that they're saying, like maybe they're on his side from that. There's that possibility. So, cat's meowing now. Oh, Marge, do you want to come in? Come in then. Come in. Come on then. Thank you. I said thank you to the cat then for being organised and quick when he came through the door. Thanks, Holmes. So, yeah, I think that the police have already got their idea in place in this early stage of what they think. And then what's happened is things have played out. It's gone down the line. And if we turn around now and say it's different, or maybe Paul should have been inspected more, maybe we should have done more, it's like saying we didn't do enough. We made a mistake. And God help us, do you think those police are going to admit to a mistake? No. We're having to have 2 inquests now because the government think they've made mistakes. They need to have inquests. The inquests aren't used because they think they've made mistakes, they want to make it public. The inquests are used so that we can use the inquest to cover up the mistakes and make public the idea that they did it perfectly, when actual fact it turned up the fact they'd made mistakes, and we now know that and we hold it against them, but secretly, and we're not going to tell. Do you know what I mean? Like Boris Johnson's inquests into why his curtains are so expensive. Like, get off with you. So I think the police will not want to admit to the failing. So they have to stick by the idea that they were like, if they were foolish enough to believe Paul in the early stages, they look like fools. So now they don't want to look like fools. That's what I think about that. But somebody needs to get their head out their arse and say, it's not about our ego, it's about the reality and what happens. There's another aspect to this, which is that they're underfunded. I've said it before. So if you give me a murder case and I haven't got the bodies and I haven't got the personnel and I don't have the resources and I can make it a missing persons, I'll just take it. It's going in missing persons, mate. Until you find me a body and like a hammer, it's going in missing persons because I'm not spending the resource. Like, somebody's got to make that decision about resources, time, and as brutal as it is, like, we can't, in the same way as we can't put everything on the news, we can't investigate every crime. They're not investigating all of the crimes, are they? They're not getting all the criminals. So do we want this going on, which is huge, exhausting, takes weeks? Loads of police need to be out there searching. Like, there's, after day 2 or 3 of the search, they're like, look, we need my bobbies back. We need them on this. We need them on that. Nobody's called this woman about this. And, there's so much work to do. So I think there's that problem as well. In terms of whether the rumour is true, I think the dangerous thing at this stage is that I personally wouldn't want to go with any rumours and those sort of things, because I remember being at school and rumours being passed around, even about me, that were quite, like, stupid, but also quite hurtful sometimes. Like, not that I was particularly the victim of bullying or anything, but, shit goes on, doesn't it, when you're like, do you remember growing up and someone saying something stupid about you that other people seem to believe and then it wasn't true or whatever, shit like that. it's so easy for somebody to make up a little, and lots of people want attention, and lots of people would like to be the one at the bus stop saying, "Oh, I know Nick, I know a friend of Emma," and like, "Yeah, we'll do you. Send me a text later. I'll tell you something." You know, lots of people like that. So there's even like horror stories. Do you remember the horror stories when you were a kid about the dog that was under the bed and it was licking the woman's hand and it turned out to be a murderer? And like everyone's told that story in all the schools. Some people tell it as a fake Halloween story. Other people pretend they know someone that knew someone. So I'm going with the Emma rumour. Which one, Bob? Which one? With Emma, I've made up my own rumours based on what I can see of her on the interview. Like, I've looked at Emma and I've decided what I think and feel about her, and then she said things and I've taken her words and made a story out of them that doesn't say what she wants me to hear but says what she said. So with Emma, I've got my impressions based on what she said. So I kind of make up my own rumour in that aspect. But in my start point is the facts of what Emma said in her interviews and who she is and what she's been doing. So yeah, if I could read into that, you know, this the rumour here is that Nicola was unhappy, had set up another mortgage and stuff like that. Well, she works for a mortgage company. Put it out there then. Let's have it. As soon as I see that thing that she set up another mortgage, bang, I'm on that. Until then, why aren't you telling me that? And the fact that she was unhappy and all this stuff, like, we can infer it, but she's not on video saying anything, so I can't say, oh look, when she said that sounds like this. So can't do that. I think that's okay. You love the spa music. The music we are listening to. Thank you.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Swish and then swoosh.
Got two tippies at the different places at the same time then. Super chat. Miss Thing B AD. Miss Thing Bad. Awesome chuffing channel. Thanks for your honest coverage and opinion. No worries. Love the, I think CA is it Canadian dollars? Thank you for the Canadian dollars. One day I'll have to visit Canada and spend them. I hope YouTube will work this out for me, because I'm getting all sorts of money from all over the world, and I'm gonna have to go on a world tour just to spend the chuffing stuff. No, thank you. I really appreciate it for your Canadian dollars. And we've got in here as well. We've got Mannerhead bought me a coffee. Great content. Side note: biggest red flag. I put on my gym clothes. Yeah, we looked at that, didn't we, in the red flags episode? The gym clothes. We absolutely didn't like that at all. And that's the thing about these rumours as well and stuff, is that if I throw away all the rumours and I throw away everything that I don't know, that can't be factually corrected, verified, and I just look at what he said, I build my picture from that and the facts, then, like, it could be this and it could be that, but it's much more likely to be what I'm looking at, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? It's less likely to be random other shit, because I'm not seeing it. I might be wrong, I might be right. Anyway, yeah. You're all good in chat there, aren't you? You're all good. You like Dougie. You like Dougie. You're happy with Dougie. Dougie's a new favourite in chat. With Power Chat, you get the donations in your bank instantly, no percentage. I'll have a look then, Dean. Coffee's been quite good for me, and another big streamer that I respect uses it, so I was confident with it. But I will have a look. For me, I'm happy to give them a little bit of a cut, to be honest, coffee.com, because they're providing me with a service. So, like, I'm not like greedy like that, but at the same time, yeah, like, every penny counts. So I will have a look. Thanks. I'll have a look. Okay, next up we've got how many more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got 8 more. This is Kane.
Hi there, Super Chuffer. This is Kane here speaking. I've had mixed thoughts on this from day one. Day one, it happened, I thought, Paul does look suspicious at times, but then he has lost his wife. Who would be thinking straight, you know? So who's going to be in their right mind and say the right things at a time like this?
I agree, Kane. I'll just pause you there. The one thing I'd like you to try and... I'm not trying to convince you of anything, but what I've been trying to do is I've been trying to put myself in his shoes, like you said, if I'd lost my wife. I'll tell you a little quick story. I've told it briefly before during this whole shebang that we've been talking about, these streams about Nicola. I think I've told it. Is once my girlfriend went missing, I lived in Bristol, and we each had a little little job that we did. Hers was at this hotel, and then she'd walk home from the hotel to her flat, and it was only like 2 streets, so I wasn't like picking her up and walking her home or anything. But you know, she's a grown up, like, with, you know, do you know what I mean? But I would worry, so I'd always call her, like, you know, have you made it home? Like, do you want to call me on the walk home? Do you need me to come out? Like, you know, whatever. I'd always call her. She didn't answer the phone this one time, and I was getting well stressed. I was getting well stressed. So me and my mate Gilly, good friends. I tell you what, Gilly was one of like the finest people I've ever met, and I'm ashamed that I don't maintain enough contact with him. I haven't spoken to him for years, but a fine fellow, a golden heart. Gilly came out with me. We walked the streets all night till the sun come up, and I screamed her name to high heaven in some of these streets. Jenny! Oh, I should say her name. But are you here? Can you hear me? At one point, we opened up this, like, what we thought was a little shed. There was a homeless person sleeping there, and it scared the shit out of both of us and the homeless person. No, we uncovered every nook and cranny walking these streets, seeing if we could think of anything or find anything. And in the end, I had to go back and, like, I remember it being like 6, 8 o'clock in the morning, stood on the balcony of this little flat that I had in Bristol. Like, you know, it wasn't a proper balcony. It was like you open the double doors and you can sort of stand out on the little rail thing, smoke or whatever. You know, just like feeling like my entire world had been destroyed. Like, it was like I was living in an apocalyptic wasteland, like you see on the, you know, the nuclear bomb goes off and it's all fucked. Like the sun was coming up and I was like fucked in the head from walking around all night and screaming, and I couldn't speak. I was smoking. Like, I looked a fucking mess. I looked an absolute mess. No, there would have been. So glad this platform's here, says the flow of love. Thank you, the flow of love. Appreciate it. I do. I appreciate you all. So yeah, I agree with you, Kane. I think he comes across strangely, but what I don't see is all of those signs of distress that I would have seen on someone who was really distressed. Like, if you have inner knowledge, if you know what's happened, you're not panicking in the same way. You're panicking about being found out, but you're not panicking about, like, I don't know, I just didn't see that. And maybe he was drugged, maybe he was sedated, something like that, maybe that. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt for that. But having been in situations where I felt destroyed, I didn't see the destruction on his face. Carry on.
Paul's guilty, then I say, well, what a dirty bastard he is. But if he could be innocent in all this and just trying to bring justice for Nicky.
Mm-hmm.
Emma, I've not really had more suspicions on, because she's just, to me, a friend that's been doing her work in bringing justice for a friend. But Paul has looked suspicious at times, but personally myself, I think it was an accident. That she was just walking her dog. Somebody mentioned a tennis ball or something. Don't know if that was true. They found a tennis ball. Perhaps she threw the ball. The dog went after it and she slipped, hit her head, and tragically drowned. Or maybe it knocked herself out. She fell and hit her head, and it knocked her out and she drowned. That's been my personal view of it from day one.
Thank you, Kane. You got another message coming up from Kane. I will entertain all these options, absolutely, and you know, I quite respect your right to have a different vibe on it. I will also say two things. One is that I think there's a lot of groundswell for this other idea that it wasn't an accident. There's quite a lot of groundswell across the country, you know, in the social medias. I think there's a lot more people that have a similar something's up sort of vibe. And certainly in my chat, I will admit as well on the internet that if I did a couple of episodes saying I think Paul is innocent, he's great, then I don't think they'd be as popular. Maybe I wouldn't get as many super chats. Or maybe I could do my own. Wait, where is it? Where's my little thing that I did? I've got it over here somewhere. Haven't I? Maybe I'll do my own one. There he is. Maybe I'll do my own GoFundMe to help Paul. But yeah, he could be innocent. He could, and like I'll be open-minded. But I've got my feelings. You've got yours. That's fine. The thing about the accident is, I would like to think that even if she did fall in and hit her head and all that, they were looking for her on the day, and people found her dog within an hour. So, like, if I was in the fucking river, I'd hope that they would find me within an hour, because I couldn't have gone far in that first hour. Like, I don't think she drifted too far. Like, what I've learned through this stuff is that if you get into trouble in the river, like, one of the things about drowning is you're down on the bottom. You're not up on the surface breathing. You're down there, sunk down, having trouble. So you might get stuck. So maybe they couldn't see her, but some people in chat here saying about possibilities of pushing in. You know, I'll be open-minded to all these eventualities. And at one point, maybe with the forensic psychologist in the future, when it's had a bit of time to calm down, because I don't think he wants to talk so unprofessionally about all these different things while it's so raw as well. Like, I don't mind being a bit of a chuffer, but Steve is certainly... What we do with the crimes, with me and Steve, we did it on the John Bennett one and the Madeleine McCann one, is we take a list of all the options and I get him to rank them in order of what is likely, and we investigate each one and he tells me why it could and why it might not, and then whichever's the most likely. So ultimately, sometimes if something's like 90% more likely than a 10%, I'll go with what's more likely even though I don't know, and I'll go with my gut. Kane, let's listen to your next message. Oh, it doesn't want to go. Okay, I'll reset it. Go on.
Sorry about that, Super Chopper. Got cut off there. Yeah, I personally think that she was walking the dog.
Oh, sorry. Lively Stones, what happened to my ex? She's fucking sleeping with the boy from the hotel, you chuffer. What happened to my ex? She was shagging the boy from the hotel. That's why she didn't come home from the hotel that she worked at. She didn't go home. She shagged the boy from the hotel. And when I did see her the next day, we were having a conversation about it. A row, I will admit, a row. I will admit a row, but her friends, I tell you what, her fucking friends at her flat, like, I suppose in reflection, it's good they did this. But at the time, I found it quite difficult. They called the fucking police. Because obviously I was round there to row about it. And the police turned up and I was like escorted out. And I was like, fucking hell. I went down the park and cried. I didn't want to go home. I didn't want to go to my flat. I didn't want to go anywhere. So I just went down the park and I sat by the monument there in Bristol and I cried my eyes out for about an hour. And then the police came and like said, "Are you all right?" And I was like, "Fuck off. You've just put me here, you fuckers. I'm not allowed to talk to her. I'm not allowed to do anything. I've got to just be out of it. I'm the bad chuffer. She slept with the fucker." And a couple of nights later, they had to drag me out of that bar where he worked because I went in and I didn't get to him. It was quite busy, but they had to drag me out of that as well. But I'm quite proud of myself for at least doing that. In a way, not advising the violence. I think there was no violence happened, but you know, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, she cheated on me, and it wasn't like the end of our relationship because actually, when I was down the park, she came to the park and said, "Are you all right? Like, you know, I'm sorry about this, and we could probably work it out, and I don't want to be with him, and you know, and all this stuff." And I was like, "Yeah, whatever. I just want to be on my own, like crying somewhere." So I got over it, and like, you know, I don't still see her, thank God, but. It was a bit of a horrible one, you know, it was a bit of a shitter. I wasn't the perfect boyfriend, though. Like, I wasn't the best person in the world. So, like, I can see why, like, someone like, she had more chance of getting through it all. Like, she was going to finish her degree. She was going to, like, be someone in the world. And I was sort of, like, going through, like, the process of breaking down, failing my degree, fucking up my life. So, like, that's fine. Like, let's go our separate ways. That's okay. It's all fine now. But yeah, she wasn't dead in the river or anything. You know, it was the most obvious idea. Like, she was still at that damn hotel. And do you know what would have been better? Is if she just told me, if she texted me, "I'm not going home tonight, I'm staying at this hotel with this boy." I could have turned up at the hotel, we could have had the row, and then she could have shagged him all night. Like, that would have been it, wouldn't it? I'd have turned up, we'd have had the row, I'd have got kicked out, she could do what she wanted. At least I'd have known. Like, leaving me walking the streets like that was harsh. That was the harsh bit, but I suppose she was busy. Anyway, that's my life. Let's get back to Kane.
She fell, maybe knocked her out, and she drowned accidentally. Some people say could have been suicide. I don't think so. I think she had too much going for her to do that. I mean, it didn't add up, but you know, sometimes we could be jumping on the wrong people, and obviously her family are grieving and crying and all that, you know. So we could be a million miles away on this one. I'm going to go with my gut instinct and say that I think she fell in, and that it's not what we think it is. But then again, looking at some of your videos, I admire your work, by the way.
Thanks.
I'm not. Paul do look suspicious at times. The thing I've got, wouldn't you want people to all pull their weight and do as much as they can, not tell people to back off. So that gets me thinking there. But it's good that we've all got our own opinions on this.
Yeah.
You know, it's all good, all for the good at the end. And
oh, you got cut off on that last one as well there, but that's fine. Yeah, thank you, Kane. Thank you. I do agree. It is good that we've got different opinions. The animals are out now. Go on, bye bye animals. It is good that we've got different opinions. I would also say it's interesting that Kane also still, even though he thinks it's an accident, was getting a bit of a vibe of something as well himself. So interesting to hear your viewpoint, Kane. Thank you very much. Do call again when we open up. The new call-in will be, we'll do another call-in for another subject, maybe some other stuff. Can't always be about this, can it? So the new call-in will be coming at some point soon. Let's get pushing through these, because where are we at now? We are at 3.5 hours. I'm hoping to do not 5 hours, but 3.5 hours, and we've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 7 or 8 more. So this is Julie.
Hello, you old chuffer. It's Julie here. Okay, right. Let me just say something. Okay, I get that one of their loved ones had gone missing, so they approached the media for help finding Nikki. But then everything's been turned against the public, and they're moaning about the public for trying to help to find Nikki. Yeah, so this is another red flag for me. That we all want the truth, basically. So I don't like that statement about bitching about Sky News and ITV News when they expressly asked for privacy. Her family went to the media in the first place. I mean, that's what everyone would do. So, yeah, red flag.
Yeah, agree. And I think as well, I remember even when people have got to make a sort of final statement to the media in a tragic case, they asked for that privacy in that statement. Thank you for all your help. Thank you for XYZ. We would now like your privacy. And usually as a person saying it, we would now like some privacy while we can grieve. This came like as the statement was they contacted us, we wanted our privacy, but they said they'd asked for their privacy in advance, but we hadn't had that moment like we had the final moment. So it seems like it came a bit prematurely, asking for their privacy a little bit prematurely, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. This is... I'm not going to read everyone's surnames unless you want me to, really, but I'm just going to say this is Miss Tina G.
Hey, Scott. This is Tina Leons from the chat. Wanted to say thank you so much for putting the subtitles on your videos. Very considerate. I like that quality. I also like your channel. I like the content. I think the mental health ones are a good idea. So yeah, I will look into those. I haven't watched them yet, but I will. Love your dog as well. You seem a really nice guy, and
thanks.
I think your channel has so much more potential, and it could, get bigger and bigger. And
I hope so.
It'll be really sort of explode really into planning millions of subscribers. Anyway, I'm Tina, and pleased to meet you, Scott. And have a wonderful evening, day, and see you soon in the chat. And take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Tina. What you can't see in this room, which I could make you... I bought a second camera recently, thanks to subscriptions and tippies that for the last 2 years of building up to it. The rest of this room is actually spaced, set up, so that I can have guests in here, and we can run a little podcast from both being in the same room and talking to each other. We're not quite up to that yet, but I want to bring in more voices the way that we bring in Steve as a guest. I'd like to have more guests on, different voices. I think it's important that we showcase different voices. That's what we're doing today by letting you all have your say. And the way that my channel is going to grow is we're going to do those episodes where we bring in more voices, more guests. That's a step forward for me. And I believe that also it might only be once a month, but with the cameras and with the capabilities, I want to start going out like finding some interesting things to film. You know, I don't have to be in my house all the time. We can go out and take it on the road. We can make videos and content or do lives out in the world. Interesting stories, putting together like mini documentaries. That would be my aspiration, if I could release a mini documentary every couple of months or so on the channel as like a special event thing, you know, like a step up in terms of the media that we produce. That's my ambition for that. So thank you. That's what I'm hoping to grow. And the way we're going to do it is these tippies are absolutely massive. You know, this is part of it. The support makes it sustainable. Your super chats. We're also going to look into the memberships thing. We're going to create a membership tier thing where we can create a goal and we can achieve it together. And then I can show you that we're doing it. You know, like you end up becoming producers, so to speak. You're the producers of the show. So I'll be looking for your voices as well and your input in terms of what kind of content you want to see, who you want us to interview, where you want us to go. So that's quite important as well. And I had one more thing to say about that, but it's just gone off the top of my head now. So thanks. If I remember the other thing, I'll say it. This is Jimmy.
Hi there. It's Jimmy again. It's Jimmy here. I'm going to touch on a few bits at the moment about Emma. Now, why wouldn't Emma release the doorbell footage? She only released blurry pics, which you could barely make out who it was on the pictures. Now, you think, to help our friend out, you'd think she'd release the pictures, wouldn't you? And if you look at the person on the pictures, the woman had a red, blemished skin on her face. Nikki has never shown that on her photos. On the picture of the woman on there, the woman had a slim face and you could see hard cheekbones.
Yeah.
Nikki had a round face.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't Emma release the footage? Maybe it was Emma dressed up as Nikki. That's my prediction on it. I mean, you think she'd release the footage to solve the death of her best friend, wouldn't you?
Yes.
I mean, you'd do whatever it took to solve your best friend's murder, wouldn't you? If it's a murder.
If it's a murder. If it was a missing person, you're even more likely to release it because why are you hiding it? If it's a police investigation, it's a crime and it's evidence. Oh, well, can't show the public all the evidence. But if it's not, if it's a missing persons, every piece of footage helps, jogs someone's memory, shows a little bit more of the person. Release it all. It seems very strange for it to have been piecemealed out like that, yeah. And I absolutely agree, Jimmy. One of the things I'm open to all different ideas, and I didn't kind of say earlier, did I? We're going to try and do a tier list. I did kind of say that, didn't I? A tier list of all the ideas. Like whatever's on top of my ideas list doesn't have to be 100% guaranteed. I think it's that. I don't have to cut my hand off if it's not that. I've got my main idea that I think it is, and I do think that. I think that it looks suspiciously like somebody else is on that footage, and that it looks like somebody dressed up to pretend. Yeah, I agree. This is Gelvin.
Hi, my name is Kelvin, and I'd like to say, to be honest with you, I'm a bare-knuckle boxer, yeah?
Right.
I would like to get hold of him and punch his fucking face in, mate. If you
Wait, I'm just pausing, Kelvin. You set me off. Oh. You set me off. I do wonder sometimes whether someone's... I need to vet these calls, but I think this is going to go well. Gelvin, I'm already getting a good vibe from. I feel like this is the sort of person that I would enjoy spending an hour in the pub with, buy him a pint, have a chat. This is already going well.
The stand chopper. That pole. You can see he's done it, mate. He's smart. I mean, I would just like to get him in the wood and just really wallop him, do you know what I mean? That pole might go down there, matter of fact, mate.
Of course, I'm not condoning violence, and I wouldn't suggest that you actually go to Paul's house. Don't do that, because the police will be around really quick this time. now that he's already on the radar and all this stuff's going on, they'll be around really quick. So I wouldn't be bothering with that. These things can wind you up. We've got another message from Gelvin. Sorry, they can wind you up. I'll talk about relaxing after I've listened to your next message, because I get the impression this one might be a little bit high octane as well.
Yeah, I think I got cut off.
You did.
I
hope that didn't annoy you. I'm not trying to annoy you, Gelvin, by this system cutting you off. It only does 1 minute 30 seconds, so if that annoyed you, it's not my fault.
And he knows it's fair play in it. So does that Minjemma. You know what I mean? You can see what she is. You can see she's got his back covered. You know. Look, I fella might take a trip down there.
No.
Just might like punch his face in. You know what I mean? Like that pole.
I'm gonna say, okay, time out. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna take Gelvin there in a comedic pinch of salt character sort of way, and obviously we don't condone violence on the show, and I'm not going to allow my guests to condone violence because that would be against terms of service. No one's going to be punching Paul's face in, and we're not going to be sending anyone down there. I know the feeling that you want to go down there and wipe the smile off his face. That's why I'm making all these videos. So a little note here to Gelvin, especially then. Someone said that they like the mental health stuff as well, that I haven't quite looked at it yet. Again, if you go to the channels on the Super Chuffer channel, you've got these things at the top: home, video, shorts, live. Don't worry about the live. Don't worry about the shorts. Worry about the lives. Worry about the playlist. Don't worry about them. Just watch them. And then you go to channels, Mental Health Monday here. I've done some videos here, and some of them are about like how to chill the fuck out, how to not let things get to you. Pets improve your mental health. Like being angry and wanting to punch someone's face in, they deserve it. I get it. Yeah, I get it. But you are not like let's say you run down there, you punch his head in, he gets his head punched, you get arrested. Like the net negative for you is worse than to him, really. His face will heal, but depending on how hard you hit him, he'll always walk with a limp. He'll always walk with a fucking limp though. But yeah, his face will heal. But but you have this ongoing problem. Like if you're sat at home being angry, he's kind of won in that instance, isn't it? Because you're angry, he's not. Like he's kind of won. In another way, the best victory over him in that sense is to not to be zen about it in a way. You know, I think like Bruce Lee and people like that who don't let if you're a bare knuckle fighter, that if you go in the ring and you go in there with anger and you're angry, that's going to be against you because you're going to lose your control. It's all about control in the ring. It's all about making the other guy angry and lose his temper and fuck up, and then you got him. The minute he's going at you like a bull, you can jab, you can pivot. You know, the minute you've got the bull, you're the matador, haven't you? You've been the matador. If you're a bare knuckle boxer, you know what I'm talking about. You've been the matador. I bet you've also been the bull. So yeah, maybe somewhere here on Mental Health Monday, I've done something, I hope, about how to just chill the fuck out. I don't think I've called a video how to chill the fuck out, but maybe I'm actually looking here and I'm not finding the right. Maybe we need to do a video called how to chill the fuck out, because sometimes you just need to. Sometimes you need to be able to take a break from it and say fuck that then. If it's making me that angry, fuck it then. Because I'm not going to be able to fix everything in the world. I make my videos because things piss me off sometimes, but I can't fix everything in the world and I can't beat everyone up. So I have to find another way to deal with the wider issues, because otherwise I can't win. And the way I win is, okay, they're bad, and okay, I do want to change them, but I managed to try and make some sort of, I hope to try and put some distance between it, let it settle, let it dissipate, let it pause, and then if tomorrow, after I've slept on it, I still want to really do something about it, I find a way to drive that energy. When you're training, when you're if you're doing fighting, because I've done a bit of I used to do sword fighting, I used to do fencing, and I've done a little bit, not a huge amount of anything else, combat sport, but I've done some combat sport. It's about the training that you do wins you the fight, isn't it? So it's about taking that passion that you've got. The anger is through passion. It's about turning that passion into controlled, focused, I want to say aggression, but controlled, focused power, so that you can use it and focus. That's the hardest thing. Being powerful and being violent and being able to be aggressive is one aspect of fighting. Another aspect is focusing that aggression. You know exactly what I'm talking about, don't you? If you've sent this call in. So I think it's that you can't discipline someone else if you've lost your discipline. So it's about that focus, and it might not be that it turns into punching someone. It might be that it turns into something completely different, like working really hard on a project that's slightly different, where you need to put extra hours in. Or I'm thinking of like people who like do remarkable things in charity work as well. And like, you know, when you see someone running a marathon or like 5 marathons in a day or something remarkable, and you're like, wow, like how are they doing this? Like this, like Superman power. And it's because they're not just out there enjoying running. They've got something in their mind that's like they want to fucking smash its head in, and they've turned it into this battery that drives them. And it doesn't destroy the world around them. Instead, it's like a protective force. So I think that's important to think about. And that all comes down to being able to just chill the fuck out at some point. But no, I love the message, Galvin. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I think I got cut off. Like I was saying, he knows there's fair play in it. So does that Minjemma.
Thanks, Galvin. This is Julie.
Hey Chaffer, it's Julie. Again, I feel like I'm some kind of stalker on you.
No, it's fine. Like, we're a smallish community on the internet. You know, my channel's just recently grown a bit, and I'm really grateful that you're all here and it's grown in this way. So absolutely send your messages in. I don't want 10 messages like from any one person, because it would, like, my show would be for all night and all that. But no, I'm quite happy. Julie, you're all right. Go on.
Channel. Honestly, though, my parents' divorce fucking killed me inside. So I hear what you're saying. Yeah, fuck me up completely. Please don't share this on your channel.
Whoa! Well, you can't send it into the call show and then me not share it on the channel, Julie. I'll stop there and I'll just, you know, won't play the last bit. Sorry, Julie, I did share it on the channel. Like, how do you want me to do? This is the call show. That's what this is for. If you want to send me personal messages, then I don't know about that. I would not encourage. I'll tell you what I wouldn't. I'll be honest about this as well. Time out here. I wouldn't encourage too much of a like interpersonal psychosocial relationship with me. I love all you people in chat. I'm here to support and be positive and like a good role model and all that. But obviously, I don't know any of you. We're not sitting down at the pub. Like, you're not coming around my house. Like, there's a little bit of distance there. It's dangerous to sort of put too much emotional attachment onto people on the internet, even if it's me. But of course, I'm a good chuffer, so you can with me. But do you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I just caution everyone against that. But I do want to develop relationship in terms of seeing you regularly in chat, talking to you regularly in chat, having this your voices regularly on the stream. I do want that, and over a period of time, we will get to know each other. Like, there are people in my chat and my streams that I've known for maybe I've been on the internet like sharing things for 2014, like nearly 10 years, I suppose. So I've known some, you know, I've made some friends on the internet, absolutely. But we're at the very early stage of that here with the new people, with you, with whoever in chat and you, and like, you know, we're at the early stage. So just careful, because like, you know, I'm a chuffer. We're all chuffers. And I'm sorry that I played that on the internet, because you just told me not to play it after you told me. If you don't want me to play it on the internet, you've got to say it right before you say the thing, not after. So I'm sorry about that. This is Carmen Bonici, abstract artist.
Hi there. This is Carmen Bonici, abstract artist. You can find me on Instagram.
I certainly can. Listen, I will allow that because I love art. Okay, so hang on. But I tell you what I'm not going to do. In the future, I'm going to have to start vetting these, because I'm not going to be like, here's the next caller. Hi, come down to Ted's Chip Shop. We're doing 2 for 1 on battered sausage. Thanks, Ted. I was hoping you were going to say something about the Nicola Bulley case. Yeah, it's 2 for 1 on battered sausage though, mate. Get down the chip shop round the Walthamstow Road. Like, no, Ted, you can't come in, can't have that. But abstract art, okay, that's too much abstract art. I want to just do specific abstract art of Carmen Bonici. Abstract art I'm interested in. So I hope this is okay, Carmen, because you've sent in a thing and you've said abstract artist and this is your website. So, you know, I'm prepared to, doesn't matter what kind of art, if it's art, then I'm quite prepared to have a look at and discuss, and I like art. I'm a big fan of it. So abstract art is interesting in many ways. I'm not a huge expert on it, but seeing some interesting works here. I don't know if I've got €550 for you, but interesting works. I'd like to be able to say more about abstract art, but I'd have to do some learning first. It's more for me about feeling, I suppose, when I'm looking at them. There are art movements and works that I'm more interested in and understand more, but abstract I don't know so much. So that's that. Thank you. And I'll let the rest of your message play.
I just want to say I've been watching this case from the beginning. I'm calling from Spain, Andalusia, and I am completely in agreement with you. I 100% think this guy has murdered her. He probably had an accomplice. I think I'm suspicious of either her sister or Emma. I think he probably, like you said, she was murdered in the house. Probably a domestic. I actually read faces. I am actually a genuine, authentic psychic person.
Right.
And I can just see it in his eyes. He's 100% guilty. I just know it. I feel it. I'm positive. I think they've dumped her in the river at a later stage. Sorry, my phone keeps going off. I think they dumped her in the river at a later stage. There's so many. I'm not expressing myself very well tonight, but
no, you're doing well.
I 100%. I completely agree with you. I don't care. You know what? Don't be afraid of anyone or anything, because I think the police are probably. I read somewhere he has friends in the police.
Oh, got cut off there. This is going to happen to people that don't realise there's a limit on these things. But yeah, interesting thoughts, and I'm in that sort of vibe as well. So I will say thank you for an interesting call, and I kind of basically agree. So I'm not going to top that, and don't have anything to sort of break out and react to. I'm just going to say yeah, agree, good call, thank you, Carmen, all the way from Andalusia as well. It's quite interesting that this reaches around the world, isn't it? It's quite interesting. I'd love to see Andalusia, so I hope you're going to invite me at some stage. Thank you. Super chuffer. There is some... That's the end of our calls. I'm just going to reset that and see that it is the end of our calls, yeah. Sorry to anyone that didn't manage to make it into the call show today, but we will open that call show again for a future episode on... I don't know what. We'll have to do a community post with some ideas and what do you want a call-in show about, and have to involve... That's the whole point of it, isn't it? So we'll have to have a look at that. I wanted to show you a couple of things before we left. We're going to do Curtis Media... Sorry, not. We're going to do that chuffer. This chuffer. I've got one more thing to say about him before we leave. And I wanted to show you the music that we're listening to. Some people like it in chat. I've decided to keep this music. I like it. This is actually from Mesmorg MC, who is just... They don't own this. This is Leeway Relaxed Night Music, 10 hours. Genshin Impact. I play a game called Genshin Impact, and this is the soundtrack to it. Genshin Impact is a lovely game in lots of ways. It's not to everyone's taste, maybe, but it's a lovely game in lots of ways. And one of the things they spend big on is the music. And they actually use the London Philharmonic Orchestra to play the music live as a performance, along with other instruments from around the world and notable artists from around the world. So the recordings are top notch, and this is the work of some really, really top people. So not everyone likes Genshin Impact. Some people have got funny ideas about it. They think it's a waifu game. I don't see it like that. I see it as a kung fu game. It's a bit of fun, relaxing, chill. I don't put any money into it either. I play it free to play, but that's Genshin Impact music that you're listening to. Right, so let's have a listen now to the last thing that I want to say, which is, I'll put it on my notepad here. Right, yeah, I've got a couple of things to talk about. This guy, it was Michael Brooks, wasn't it? The cancer. Okay, this. So this is my palate cleanser, and it's still about murder. At the end of an episode, I like to try and cleanse the palate, try and think about something a little bit more relaxing and chill for the last bit. So we'll do this, and then we'll try and do a palate cleanser as well. But this guy, right? Michael Brooks' death, no answers from where we may not. Like, Michael Brooks was in the river. I'm not going to go over it too much, it's sad. He's a young lad, and he was out partying and taking party drugs. And I don't know that he was out in the gay scene, but some of the behaviour and some of the drugs he was taking would seem like it was. He was out to go and meet a friend of a friend who was a boy on like a date, it seemed. So I think he might have been on that scene. And he's ended up going to this park, wandering off, found later in the river. And apparently it's our friend, Jason Dean Creepy Rothwell, who found him. But, right, I have not been able to find any information that says that Jason Dean Rothwell found him. None of these accounts that I've found, and maybe, you know, for a future episode you can help me out on that then, because I have not. I've gone Google, I've gone paste and go, you know, I'm Googling up Michael Brooks, not that one, Michael Brooks River Death. No, I've been Googling it up, I've been looking at the news stories, and on my phone actually, and I've not found one that says that the medium was involved. The only things I found that say he's involved are the stuff about Nicola Bulley that say he was years later. So I haven't found any facts to back up the idea that the medium was involved in this. It's come out now and it's a big rumour now, but where's the facts that say it? Because all the news stories and the Liverpool Echo and the Lancashire Live, looking over their old accounts of it, they're not listing this medium. They're not bringing him up. So it waves a red flag at me there. I wonder whether Jason is just making up lies because he wants to seem like a really clever medium. So he's found a body. Ooh. I'll tell you what though, Jason, remember yesterday we found out, and if you didn't watch that episode, have a good look, because we found out that his name is taken from a film called Heathers. I'll just quickly put this up for us. Heathers, and then Jason Dean, right? This character in Heathers, which was a 90s film about murder and cool kids, Winona Ryder, Christian Slater. This character, Jason Dean, like the main one, he does some murders in the film, and like, look at him, he's Christian Slater, he's sexy, he's got the hair, and he's that young Christian Slater, yeah? And if you're a young, whoever you are, you're not called Jason Dean in real life, whoever you are, if you're him, you watch this film and you fall in love with this guy, and like you're attached to these ideas about death and murder because of what we saw in the episode yesterday and all this, yeah? So he's got this like love connection with this guy, right? And then this guy who's found in the river, when you look at some of these pictures, look at this one, look at this picture. Look at him there with his big floppy hair and his nice eyes, and then look at this guy that you idolise and is in the films, and then look at this guy. And then look at this guy. And we're talking about someone who's in the river, in the same area, this Lancashire area, this Manchester, sort of north of Manchester, sort of up their area, same area as our friend, this chuffer, grew up, isn't it? Like, same approximate area. What was Rothwell? That's in Leeds. We're talking about Preston, aren't we? We're talking about over here. Approximate area. That guy said he was from a northern town near Rotherham, he said. Didn't he? Where the fuck's Rotherham? Revealing my... I'm so bad at directions. Like, I know it's around here. I'm so bad at directions. I'll get lost in going home from the same town as I've lived in all my life. It's more by Sheffield, look. So we're over by Sheffield. But, you know, we're in the northern area, yeah? Oh, there's a young, attractive lad that basically marries up with this guy's perfect... Getting my windows confused now. More windows than Buckingham Palace. It marries up with this guy's perfect, like, soulmate almost, doesn't it? This young lad that ends up in the river. And so it's weird that... I suppose he might have seen him in the news and thought, oh, I want to be in on this case. Murder and mystery and this guy. Or he might have been out in the park and fucking pushed him in the river. I don't know. You know, maybe he loves him and he wouldn't go out with him and he followed him and he like bumped him in the river. Rochdale, you're saying there. Rochdale. Sorry. Did I get that right? I got that wrong. Rotherham. Rochdale, mate. Further away. Oh no, it's closer. Manchester. Preston. We're just like over there. Like if they're doing a gay night in Preston, or if you're going out for, like you could just be on that scene easy. And it was the sort of scene where this guy was like taking drugs and meeting people and going to the park and stuff like that. You know how we grew up. Like, I mean, I did that, didn't all of us? Having previously assisted in the recovery of Michael Brooks, I decided to use it as a gift. Medium's possessed to try and locate Nicola Bulley, says Let Kung Fu Shaolin. That's the quote, isn't it? That's the quote. But there is no evidence to say that he did assist in the recovery of Michael Brooks. None at all. Not that I can find on the internet. The only evidence I can find is he saying it. But that case and his super idol and him being around there, it all just smells fishy now, doesn't it? I don't like that at all now. That this guy, I wanted to add this on from yesterday. Like, I didn't know until later on when I found it out. But this guy has tied himself to this case, but there's no evidence that he was helping the police. That's all I'll say about that then. And there's one final point I want to say, which is exactly what you've put here, right? In this Nicola Bulley thing, right? This is a weird one for me. This is a weird one. Nicola Bulley, medium. Now, some people are going to say, I believe in, like this lady just called, didn't she? Carmen Benici. And she said she was a psychic. So I'm not going to say that people can't be psychics. I'm not going to say that real psychics can't exist. I am going to say that some of them are not. Some of them are just bullshitters, yeah? We're all going to agree on that. Even if we can't all agree. Like, I think that real psychic... I've never been in an experience where I've seen real psychic happen that someone else can prove to me they are a psychic, okay? I've not had that. But I'm not going to say you can't have your life and your experience, okay? But we can both say that there are people who are out there to fake it. We started yesterday's episode on that premise. You know, we're all on the same page there. Some people are faking it, yeah? Some people are faking it. How many lives? You've just found my channel. I try and get on. Monday we do a special episode. We do a podcast called Thus, where I've got a forensic psychologist, and they come on, and they do. Every Monday we do Thus with a forensic psychologist. 1 week it's heavy, 1 week it's light, and we talk about all sorts of stuff. And then Tuesday's my day off. Wednesday and Thursday and Friday-ish maybe I'm on here talking chuff. Maybe not Fridays, definitely Wednesdays and Thursdays. I try and get in the daytime. I want to do a regular charity stream as well. We used to do that on a regular Wednesday. So Wednesdays, Thursdays, I'm on YouTube. I used to do it in the daytime. Maybe I'm doing it more in the evening now. I don't know. You know, it's a bit vague like that. And then the weekend I do Twitch stream. I play games on Twitch. So definitely Mondays, Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Sorry, definitely Monday. I got it wrong. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for YouTube. Like that. That could be my advert. I need to get that sorted. I need to knuckle down and make a better schedule. But yeah, and I'll tell you what I'll always do is a few hours before, or the longest I know before, I will put up the thumbnail and I'll put up it's coming up. So you'll know it's coming up, at least for a little bit of a buffer. You'll have that. We'll always have that. Can I swim? Am I feeling depressed? Yeah, if I disappear, then obviously I've been bumped off. I'm on the internet telling you. I'm not going to fucking do one on the random. I've been bumped off. I've been through depression. I'm not even joking now. I've been through depression to the point of feeling I've stared into the void and I'm here for the long haul. I'll fight. So, yeah, I'm not going to go down. I'll go, kicking and screaming. So, yeah. So if they want, though, they can just pay me off. They don't have to kill me. They can just pay me off. Everyone's got a price. Haven't they? Everyone's got a price. They can just pay me off. It's not like, I threaten you and do something bad to you. Don't do that. Just pay me off. Yeah, I'm a hairdresser. I used to be anyway. There's one final thing I wanted to say about this chuffer. Good night to anyone who's leaving chat there. Martine, good night. I do want to knock it on the head soon as well. It's getting up to 11 o'clock where I am, so I've been on for a while now. One final thing I wanted to say about that chuffer is in the news, yeah, look, this is annoying the piss out of me, right? All the news stories are the same, aren't they, saying this? Oh, they're saying self-styled medium here at least. But they're treating him as if he's a fucking psychic. Psychic who found Nicola Bulley. Psychic. At least they're putting it in inverted commas, I suppose. Says his gift. But they're reporting it. They're not saying, this guy's a fucking nutter, watch out. Like, they're actually reporting it as psychic. Maybe after my episode, maybe after they saw my episode, they've changed it to put it in inverted commas. Because now it feels like they're doing it a bit more cynically. But I'm telling you, man, they've reported on this like it's real, like he's a psychic and he's found her. And like, they're the mainstream media. Shouldn't they be a bit better than that? And say, like, we're not calling him a psychic because we're pretty sure this guy, even if psychics exist, this guy's not one. Like, Wrongen finds Nicola Bulley. We could print that. Psychic? I don't know. I just think it's weird that they went so quick and easy. Like, you know, if you went to the police and they said occupation and you said psychic, they'd be like, yeah, pull the other one, occupation. Do you know what I mean? They're not going to be like, yeah, okay, we'll print that in the mainstream news media. That's your job, psychic. Just take that as granted and leave. Like, I find that weird as well. I didn't like that, but now that I've seen they've done it in inverted commas, I have to let them go. I have to accept it. Yeah. Okay, palette cleanser to finish then. Shoe and tree. I don't know if they care if I do this. They might. I mean, they're in Korea, they don't know. But one day they might get cross because their videos are not like my videos. But I love Shoe and Tree. I just love their work. Everything about it. I love their work. So we're going to watch a little bit of a Shoe and Tree to help us calm down after all that. Let's go to their most popular video. You haven't seen this yet. Oh, shut up, Grammarly. Again, I got bullied at school to have to learn how to spell and grammar, didn't I? I had to do my spellings at school. I don't need Grammarly. Grammarly rubbing my face in it now that I could have just waited and paid. I'd have never had to learn, and now I did. I did learn. I had to. I had my spelling book and everything. Grammarly. Anyway, they were adverts. This is a nice little doggon. Look at it. Look at that nice little doggon. This is Shoe and Tree. S-H-U-T-R-E-E. Shoe and Tree. They're from Korea. And they groom dogs. Which is a nice little thing to do, isn't it? Nice little thing to do. Can feel a bit... like, you're not changing the world one dog at a time, but you're changing their world. They need to look nice. They need their grooming. They do. They need a good wash and a good brush. Nice haircut. And it's different. When I used to do haircuts for real people, they'd talk to me. But here the dogs don't talk to you. But it's still like, you know, spending your time with animals, it's kind of nice, isn't it? Kind of like, it's one of those jobs that you'd find quite relaxing maybe, quite cathartic. Do you know what I mean? It's quite nice to take something looking a bit scruffy and give it a nice chop and a wash and brush up, make it look nice, isn't it? Quite cathartic. What's happening now? Uh-oh, where have you gone? Uh-oh. Do the dog's body language. The dog now is like, I don't want this to happen. I don't want them to come to me. I'm hiding in the corner, trying to keep away. Oh, it's happening now. I don't like this. This is not my favourite bit. When will this end? That's what the dog's saying. Oh, I'll have a little drinky. A little drinky. They caught me having a drinky, and I won't have a drinky because I don't want to appear that I like it. This bit's okay, this bit's not. What are you doing to my leg? Give me my leg and back. A bit of anxiety in the dog here. This bit, not anxiety. This bit they like. They're happy here. They're happy with you at the front end and not the back end. They like that. You can do that. That's fine. Why they stop? They didn't show you the drying process, which I always enjoy. But here they are, having been dried. They look like a loaf of bread. They look like a slice of bread. Hello. You were around that back end again, he's saying. They are saying. Because they, you know, the camera went around there and didn't like it. Been very good with the paws, aren't they? They got really big curved shears, haven't they? They're different from hairdressing shears that you would use for a human being. Curved shears. I was always trying to cut curves with gents' hair, like, you know, smooth lines, fades and all that. And never considered a curved shear, but getting in with the thinning shears here to clean off those scissor lines and blend. But also, like, it's interesting, you use thinning shears to thin at the root, but what it can do is it can, this is a top tip for anyone who's either a hairdresser or getting their hair done, is if they thin too close to the root, if you use these thinning shears too close to the root, imagine a short gent's haircut, or a lady's haircut, a short haircut, where the hair spikes up. And this can be used two ways as well. The hair spikes up. So it's a short cut and it spikes up. Because it's short, it's going up, spiky. If you thin with the thinning shears too close to the root, you create those little spikes. within the texture of the hair close to the root, and it can feel like the hair is not thinner at the root, it's thick because it's all spiking up and it's now pushing up. That can be used for some subtle it's only subtle, but it can be used to add volume by thinning, which sounds weird. You're adding volume, like push up at the root, by thinning the amount of hair there is in the total length at the root end. So be careful with your thinning if you're doing ladies' hair close in at the root. Be careful with it, because it can actually add volume in ways you don't expect. This is a little boy. I just saw his winky. I hope that YouTube aren't going to bin me off for showing a dog's cock on the internet. They're now thinning out the tail. They're using that thinning shear as like every time it cuts 50% away. So after a while, it will cut 100%. Like 50, 50, 50, 50 is 50, 50. You know, it gets smaller and smaller into. So they're actually using it like a finishing. You know, that's the surface they want to create. This is interesting, cutting around the face. I always find this a learning process, because you definitely don't want to cut at the eyes, do you? And knowing where the ear is and all that, they obviously know what they're doing. I wouldn't advise hacking away at your dog's ears without prior experience, maybe. Or maybe you can, I don't know. It's your dog. The doggy here's, by now it's had enough, it's well bored, it's well fed up, it's looking around at things to try and entertain its brain. It's like, what's that, I wonder? It's thinking about things now. It's having a dog think. And it's having his face. He doesn't know what's going on. Stop cutting my ear, you chuffer. It doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know what it's going to look like at the end. I'll tell you what it does. It probably hears the noise of the scissors, doesn't it? And that's probably relaxing it in some way. It probably doesn't understand exactly what's happening, but it's hearing that noise a lot. Oh, my nose is getting well blocked now. I must sound really nasally when I'm talking these last couple of days. He's looking like a little... I think he looks like a little polar bear. I think he looks like he belongs at the Antarctic in some way. Don't you? Little Fox's Glacier Mint. He looks like in some way he looks more like bear-like. And stop wiggling his ears. Stop wiggling his ears. He's watching those scissors out of the one eye as well. He's got his eye on them. Have we not done enough now, he's saying? Are we not finished now? Look at him, he looks like a little bear. A little padunkadunk. Oh, you a chuffer. Oh, you a chuffer. Oh, you a chuffer. And you little chuffer. Where's my dog? I'm going to have to go and hang out with my dog now. Oh, he's a little chuffer. And that's the finished product. I mean, my dog doesn't get to have that look, but it could do. It could do. In comments, he looks like a cute little cloud. The level of cuteness is illegal. The way he smiles at the cameraman, his owner, is so adorable. He stayed there patiently. I can't. Imagine how rare it is to get this dog calm. This groomer must have savoured every moment. Cute puppy and a great look. Oh my god, that's the best behaved dog I've ever seen. They all seem to behave really well on these as well, yeah. Sometimes at the end they rejoin their owners, but they haven't got that on this episode. There you go. So, thank you all very much. Hello, Rudy and the dogs. Hello, Rudy and the dogs in chat there. Hello, all of you. You know, it's been another great episode. I think we've done some interesting stuff. Looking forward to getting to know you more better in the future. Looking forward to doing more episodes. I will encourage you, of course. Get on these others. Just because they were live in the past doesn't mean they're not still good to watch. They're all good. They're all good, you chuffer. And if you want to bang on a playlist and just listen to it roll, there's a few different playlists there to get your chops around. Different sorts of stuff. And if you're really into it, then there's other channels that I make that present different kinds of stuff. Clips channel, Cuts channel, Edits channel, Mental Health channel, ASMR channel was actually one of the first things I ever did on YouTube. Not encouraging everyone needs to go there and listen to me make weird videos about whispering. It's something I used to do. Battery Exhausted, the B-side, where we will be streaming in the future as things pick up. I'll be offering a sort of late night B-side there when I feel like it. And Send Trees is just like a repository of duff stuff. Genji impacts me playing that computer game. There's just choices. There's choices. Start with the lives, see how far you go. Thank you, everyone in chat. Do you like sniffing your cat's head? I certainly do. I certainly do. What I will do is I'll just, for a minute now, I'm done, essentially. We're done. But for just a minute now, I'll let you talk in chat, because I'm aware that when it's done, you kind of keep talking. So I'm going to give you a minute now to do that. But I ain't got anything else to say. I'm just going to drink my chocolate milk. Especially grateful to everyone who tippied, of course. Everyone who super chatted. It's the tips are the liquidity of my business. I'm joking, that's a quote we take from another streamer. I certainly don't want to be here begging. Like, I'm not here begging, but I put some work in. The hat is out. That's the way that works. And I'm really grateful to everyone who finds that extra, that bit to chuck me. You know, I'm really grateful to that. Yeah. It's like rocket fuel. We're going to put it all in the can and we're going to set it all on fire and watch us fly up in the air. Something like that. Anyway. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Remember, you be good. You be good. Because if you can't be good, if you can't be good,